I've walked through shadows, followed the wrong stars, took the long way down. Now I've got these scars. Every step I took, every road I chose, left a trail of dreams and doors I closed. If I could turn back the hands of time, rewrite our story, make it all rhyme, I'd take those chances, I'd face my fears, undo the mistakes that cost us tears. I see your face, the one I let down, the broken promises, they all gather round. I chased the wrong things, lost sight of what's true. Now I'm left with echoes of what I didn't do. If I could turn back the hands of time, rewrite our story, make it all rhyme, I'd take those chances, I'd face my fears, undo the mistakes that cost us tears. Now I stand alone in the silence of the night, haunted by the past and the wrongs I couldn't right. If I had one wish, I'd go back and start anew, but all I have are memories of a life I knew. If I could turn back the hands of time, rewrite our story, make it all rhyme, I'd take those chances, I'd face my fears, undo the mistakes that cost us tears. But time keeps moving, it won't wait for me, so I carry the weight of what will never be. If I could turn back, I'd turn back time, but all I can do now is say goodbye. He carved his name into the night with trembling hands and boyhood spite. He thought he'd burn, thought he could flee, but the ghosts would never let him be. He locked the doors, ran from the light, but memories know how to bite. Crimson droplets in the water, echoes in the glass. The things he did, the lines he crossed, they'll never let him pass. Every smile he broke still stains his skin. He traded heaven just to let the chaos in. He kissed the void and called it love, a wayward son cursing God above. The silence gripped like rusted chains, a lullaby of crimson stains. Ink and tears on pages torn, wishing he was never born. Crimson droplets in the water, echoes in the glass. The sins he loved still echoed from his past. He had the light yet chose the flame. Now no one sacred speaks his name. Would she forgive the wounds he gave, or does she wait to dance on his grave? Her pain still burned behind his eyes, a crown of guilt he can't disguise. Crimson droplets in the water, echoes in the glass. He stitched his fate with threads of ash that shattered.
Alrighty, so I have no idea how I actually got another Thursday. It's kind of remarkable. Yesterday was a total cluster. My phone gave up the ghost. So, like, if you know anything about me, I write a lot of stuff down on my phone because everybody said, you should write it all down in your phone. What could ever possibly go wrong? Well, what the fuck can go wrong is the damn phone can die. So I'm going back to these. I'll just carry these around with me. These you can always access. Well, what if somebody spills a drink on them? Then I punch him in the face. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That's violence. Well, see, I was emailing myself my notes on a regular basis, but I was getting everything done. And then I lost like an entire day and a half, which is okay. It's not a huge deal. I mean, I'll survive. But I am really happy that most of the long-term work that's distracting me from being able... What? Oh, never mind. I can't do that. Most of the long-term work that's distracting me from gaming and actually the bits. I've got almost all of the PGN Music webpage done. Well, all of the PGN Music webpage is done as of this morning. Unless I find other broken stuff, it's done. It's ultimately finished. All I have to do now is every time an album comes out, I built a tool so that I don't have to play with JSON. I built a tool, I put the information about the album in, and I hit go. The only place I have to manually load the new albums is Bandcamp. So I load one time to DistroKid, I load one time to Bandcamp, and then that's it. That's done. Takes me about 2 or 3 minutes to load the album JSON data, and that's it. Now the whole thing auto updates. I built my landing page yesterday, and so I don't have to use Linktree. So Jalon.com is just a landing page. That's done. Is PGN Music on Apple Music as well? PGN Music is on Apple Music. It is on iTunes. It's on iHeartRadio. It's on Deezer, Spotify, Yahoo channel, Yahoo Music, or I'm sorry, YouTube channel, YouTube Music. That's a great question. I don't even know every single place the music goes because it's so difficult to keep track of everywhere the music goes. Let's see. It's on 24 stores. When I upload a piece of music, it goes to 24 stores. Let's find, where does it go? It goes to Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube Music, Amazon, Pandora, Deezer, Tidal, iHeartRadio, Claro, Savan, Boomplay, Anghami, NetEase, Tencent, Qobuz, Jocks, Kakak, Adapter, Flow, MediaNet, Snapchat, and Roblox. So, yeah. Good stuff all around with that. I was very happy. Very, very happy. Vladimir finished a blues album for me. He's worked on a couple of other jazz projects, and he delivered, man. He brought it. He brought the ruckus with this new blues album that's coming. It's great. I know a lot of... I'm gonna be a condescending fuckhole here for a moment. I know a lot of people don't get the blues. They don't understand. But the album is fucking fire. You just let that guy cook and he delivers. Am I going to be going back to Ashes of Creation soon? Well, I will go back to Ashes of Creation as soon as Ashes of Creation gets a build done. As soon as they get Alpha 2 Phase 97, whatever their goal with that is, then I will test that. Audio fixed, maybe? Yeah. So the problem with Ashes of Creation, and I'm really upset at my fellow content creators. And I'm gonna say this. I'm just gonna throw this shit down from my fellow content creators. Everybody's making fluff pieces. The community didn't want me in the community, so I left the fucking community. Because it's fine. You don't want me in the community, I'll leave the damn community. You're gonna threaten to kill me on the Discord, and you're not gonna get moderated for it. You're gonna threaten my friends. You're gonna threaten people who are in my community just because they hang out in my Discord and they talk, and their community management is like, we don't see a problem here. Okay, well, no problem, man. Fuck it. Oh, you didn't know that there was a what if we just killed Jalan stated, and they weren't talking about my character, they were talking about me in the Discord. It's still fucking there today, and it's never been moderated. The fact that Intrepid Studios says that they do moderation, but all they do with moderation is take away anything that has a negative opinion of the product. But Steven said he wanted transparent development. But where I'm really disappointed in my peers who stayed with Ashes of Creation is they all should be fucking embarrassed. They should all be ashamed of themselves. And I mean this, I will say it to any of their faces. The fact that I am just now finding out 2 years later that Lazy Peon did an interview, and I don't know when the interview was. In fact, let me not know. Let me go look, because I have it. When was this video put out? This video came out, I'm sorry, 3 months ago. This video came out from Lazy Peon. And in that video, he's interviewing Steven, and Steven talks about how the node system has absolutely radically changed. The node development tool changed 4 years ago. 4 years ago. I was still making Ashes content 4 years ago. So no, this statement was never said by Intrepid. I checked my notes, I checked my records, I checked my little archive, I checked Ashes 101. This thing that Steven said that happened 4 years ago never was told to the community. While developing their node development tool, they came to the realization that there were certain things they hadn't been considering when they first built the tool. So now the nodes aren't going to be like this procedurally generated, this non-procedurally generated, but kind of procedurally generated, but sort of hand massaged, but sort of not, and sort of all that's all changed. It only came out 3 months ago that was the case. I had every sentence memorized. You absolutely wouldn't know if something as big as the node system has changed. Yes, I had every fucking sentence of that game memorized. So much so. And this is not a flex. This is a put down to myself. I had every fucking sentence of that game memorized to the point where I pissed off Lex because I could tell him where the wiki was wrong. I had a relationship with Steven where he would give me clarification statements because I was the only person. And when I say the only person, I'm not saying the only community member. I am literally saying the only person that was tracking everything Intrepid was doing. And they had like 9 producers at the time. So much so that I asked Steven a question about the game. And he didn't even remember a fucking game system that he had introduced as a solution to a problem that we knew was going to happen. I asked him once on a live stream. In fact, I think I still have the meme. I said, can you give us some more information about these citizenship tickets? And on a live stream, he didn't fucking know. So either it was some bullshit that you said off your sleeve to give a momentary answer, or you don't prep the questions, which they don't prep the questions. But how the fuck do you forget a major system? How do you forget a system that you said was designed in order to resolve the problem of there not being enough housing? Well, that's done then, to be honest. I've said it here before. My large interest in this project was the node system. Ashes is done for me if they walked it back. They've not shown enough of anything else to keep me interested, let alone invested. Right, and I'm not trying to be a douche canoe. Not at all. But, if you have this issue, then tell your community. But don't you dare say, oh, we're the transparent development developer, and then suddenly when transparency is difficult for you, stop being transparent, and then think that people aren't gonna say, well, that's not what I wanted. Stormsong is gonna say, well, wait a minute, I've been following this project for years, and my one thing is the node system, and now the one thing isn't how you said it was gonna be. And Steven and Intrepid and the people there, they always get their panties in a twist about, well, this is living, breathing, transparent development, and things are going to change, and not everything's going to be final form. What the fuck are you talking about? You said you had a 4,000-page game design document. So why are you saying 4 years, a year and a half after launch was already late, why are you saying things we hadn't foreseen are causing us to have to change the game direction? Well, then your 4,000-page game design document was an absolute bullshit statement, because it means that you had what? I don't know what you had. Did you have 4,000 pages of game design document, or did you have 10 pages of game design document and 3,990 pages of cosmetic concept art? Because, not trying to be a dickhead to you, but it seems like for years you were able to produce all these cosmetics, but you're not able to give people an accurate description of how things are going to be. So much so that you got caught lying about even developing Nodes 3, a video that you could have literally just said, no, we're not publishing Nodes 3 until a little bit closer to launch, because there's going to be a lot of things that we need to change, and development is a living, breathing process. It's like almost like I've been a fucking project manager before. It's like I've been a project manager before when you have an unknown set of requirements and you're looking at it and you're trying to give good answers that don't bone you in the ass. Hey, Lieutenant, what's going on with the construction of this building? Well, sir, unfortunately, we had a complete 100% design for how we were going to do the new air passenger terminal. However, the air passenger terminal is going to be expected to not need renovations for 25 to 30 years, and the base has just been awarded the KC-46. So what we're doing right now is we're pumping the brakes for a second, because the number of passengers that can fit on a KC-46 is radically different than the number of passengers that can fit on a KC-135. So what we want to do is we only want to work on the contingency ops and security forces side of the building, and we're holding off on the passenger terminal until I can have a few meetings. You know what, Lieutenant? That makes absolute perfect fucking sense. Thank you for having a head on your shoulders. You don't have to bullshit anybody. You just tell the truth. Why are you delaying? Why are you stalling? why isn't things going according to plan? But you turn around and you say, oh, well, 4 years ago we ran it. So talk about that. You talk about every fucking other little thing in the world. You don't think to talk about. And I stopped covering Ashes. So I didn't fucking know because I didn't fucking care. But somebody sent me the clip yesterday and they're like, did you know about this? And I'm like, no, I didn't know about this. Because if I had known about it, and I'm sure what's going to happen is, and this is why I stopped covering Ashes. This is why I stopped covering it. Here's what's going to happen. If I was still covering Ashes, I would bring it up to Steven, and then Steven would give me the bullshit runaround that I just gave you about how development is a living, breathing process and not everything is going to go exactly according to plan. And then the community would dogpile. Can I link that clip here? No, I don't link. I don't have it clipped. It is in the Lazy Peons video that he did. It's at time 2331. I got yelled at once for linking LP stuff because I was trying to ride his coattails. So ever since then, I don't link the Lazy Peon stuff. But it's his video from 3 months ago, and it's time 2331. Or you can ping me on Discord, and I can give it to you on Discord. I just won't put it on my show because I don't want to have people accuse me of linking his stuff for clout. But no, this is where I said my fellow content creators, well, they're not my fellow content creators anymore. The content creators who took my place, they're not doing a good job because they're not holding Steven and Intrepid accountable. And I know why some of them aren't. Some of them aren't because they need their content creation career to augment their income. Somebody made a really funny joke about Narc, and because of my history with Narc and how his behavior towards me was, I think this is fucking hilarious. Narc got Machine Gun Kelly'd. Narc's video was so bad, Asmongold's response to it caused him to have to go out and get a real world job. One thing that I had, and if you've been on my platform for a long time, you'll say, I gave Narc his props. I gave him his credit. I said, what he has managed to do is build an incredibly entertaining brand. Something I cannot do. I don't have that skill set. I am not entertaining. I am educational. I am logical. I am not wear another man's face on my crotch sort of dude. That's not my shtick. You want to know every single thing about how to properly upgrade a 6-star blueprint in Once Human? I got you. In fact, I realized that the 2 videos I did were not my best work. I have decided that from this point forward, I don't make videos first. I write a text article first. Once I've written the text article, I'm going to make a video companion piece to the text article. So I'm out of the business of making YouTube videos 16:9. I'm out of the business of making 16:9 videos first. I'm still in the business of using Gale and Daisy, my AI speakers, to make shorts. And they're going to become a regular thing now that I've gotten all my time back. Now that I have to make the support page, the about page, and the about me page. And my blog page. I have 4 pages left to do. Those should take me the better part of today and tomorrow, and then I should have those done. After that, the websites are all finished. Over time, I might have to tweak the tools a little bit. But no, Narc went the right direction. He just went about it the way Narc always does. He was wrong, and he was disingenuous. He had the right intention. He was trying to bring attention to a problem. But he went about. He probably saw all his money dry up. This is just speculation on my part. If he stops doing his primary game and he saw his money dry up, he might need income. He might have had to get a real job because remember, as a streamer, as a content creator, people, unless you're at the Asmongold level, you know, the Shroud, the Ninja, the Tim the Tap Man, the Anti-Munition, you know, even Pirate Software, even though he always makes a big deal about how none of the money goes to him. That's fine. You're choosing to not have the money go to you, but you're making the money. You know what know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have any of the money come to me. It all goes back to funding music. Like, I just was looking at my Fiverr account, and like, if anybody ever wants to see the proof in the pudding, I've spent $33,000 on Fiverr. Of that $33,000, 30,500 minimum has been to the music. A little bit was to the art, and a little bit was to branding that I had to get done, which I don't even use now, but it's okay. I mean, I use some of it. I use the alerts. I used to use the panels. I like the panels I designed, but it was something I needed, you know, like the steampunk shtick. It was something I needed to get more comfortable streaming. Now that I'm comfortable streaming, I don't need it anymore. I mean, I still have the hat, and if I go back to Ashes, you bet your ass the hat's coming out. But no, I think the problem is you see people for who and what they are. Have I checked out Bitcraft Online MMOL? No. Oh, you know, I write too much. Before anybody asks, yes, I have an entire box of pens. Like an entire box. And no, you don't pay for office supplies either. That fucking Canadian Ashes streamer asshole. Can you get me on the link for Chrono Odyssey? You get me? Oh, did I get you on the link? I did. Let me cycle back to Chrono Odyssey. One person said on Chrono Odyssey, "Hey, I enjoyed the Chrono Odyssey you reviewed and uploaded. I'm glad you mentioned where you stood with the action combat." Yeah, I think that was important that I turn around and I say, you don't really need my opinion. So what you're saying is, let me go back to what you said. Listen to a video that believed the closed beta build was the 2024 year-end build for Chrono Odyssey, them thinking they should have much more polish in the unseen build. Yeah, I got you. So, I wanted to talk about that. I think you posted that before I even went live. Let me address the Chrono Odyssey thing. Does Chrono Odyssey need more polish? Yes, absolutely the fuck it does. Chrono Odyssey needs more polish. There's no way to say it. There's no way to say it nicely. Chrono Odyssey needs more polish. The game is okay. The game's a 7. And somebody said if this is what a 7, yeah, it's a 7, man, because it works. It runs. It does play like, and if you need to know about this, it's on my YouTube channel. It does run. But the characters when they run look like characters that have just discovered their kneecaps. Why would a company ever show a 6-month-old build? And what I will say is, from a project manager's perspective, it makes a lot of sense to show a 6-month-old build, and here's why. The number one thing that they needed to test above anything else was server performance. If Kakao Games and Chrono Studio Why wouldn't you show a 6-month-old build? Because if you've let other people see it, then they know it's a 6-month-old build. What I show you a 6-month-old build. I show you a build from December when I do the invite testing in June. Because I know my primary test is for performance. Server performance, login, patching, all that. Now, yes, you should always be testing your most up-to-date product with professional testers. With the public is going to hate a bunch of things. If you test a 6-month-old build with the public and they find a bunch of problems in it, but you know you've already fixed those problems, then what happens in the next test is it looks like you worked gangbusters to get the build fixed. Because everything is marketing. And it shouldn't be, but it is. And this is where I have just come to accept that every game developer is lying to me and trying to fuck me over. That seems counterproductive. It is and it isn't. It's not counterproductive from a marketing point of view, and they've moved into the point of the development pre-launch cycle where the marketing team has the con. I 100% know what you're gonna say, and I agree with you. You shouldn't be testing a 6-month-old build because then you're getting Gigo. You're getting garbage in, garbage out. Your testing pool is reporting on a bunch of things. Your testing pool is reporting on a bunch of things that you probably have already fixed. But from a marketing point of view, it's great. It also gives the engineering team the data they need. Because the engineering team doesn't touch things that the game designers are touching. The engineering team is touching the back end. Now, I agree. It's stupid from a development point of view. Absolutely. Because if you've already fixed it, then you want people to vet the fixes. However, where in the Chrono Odyssey beta test was the icon on the main screen to launch the bug reporter? And it wasn't there. And by the very fact that there wasn't a easy to access bug reporter lets you know what the intention was. Unlike in Once Human, where it's 2 buttons to get to the bug reporter. You hit escape, you hit feedback, you hit bug report. And now you're in the bug reporter. Now, what I will say, Starry Studios and NetEase, they get the thumbs up for ease of getting into the bug reporter, but then their bug reporter is an F. Their bug reporter is an F because, like, Rail couldn't put in a bug report for something because they said, we're already aware of this issue. But the issue he was having wasn't in the article of, we're aware of this issue. Even you made a damn feedback system. Right, but here's the thing. If you weren't testing for feedback, you don't want to collect feedback. Because if you collect the feedback and you don't act on it, then that hurts people on a personal level, because people have a pseudo relationship with things that are unhealthy. And somebody posts a link and I don't address it. I'm not saying they have a pseudo relationship. They have a pseudo relationship potentially with their talking point. And because their talking point doesn't get addressed, psychologically they're like, he's ignoring me. which is fair. It's a completely logical and rational response. So imagine if you put in a bunch of feedback to whoever, and the issue doesn't get fixed. They don't have the manpower to respond to every bug report. Hey, I don't like the fact that the butt of the submachine gun is extended this far when it's being stored. That's a collapsible butt. It should pop down when it's on my back. And the developers are like, we don't give a fucking rat's ass about that. But they don't respond to me. Then I feel feelings that they ignored me. Well, they did ignore me. I should feel that way. But they don't have the money to pay somebody to respond to every single piece of feedback. You'd need 10 people to do that. You think Starry takes all of your feedback and does the opposite? Well, and you and I have had countless hours of discussion, and here's what's going to shock you. Here, you're going to be shocked. I changed my entire mind about blueprint conversions last night. I used to think that the blueprint conversions were absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was a stupid plan. I thought it was terrible. After doing the math last night and realizing that it could take 2 to 2.5 years to get a 6-star weapon under the old system, if you also wanted to be leveling up other weapons, what I will say is the blueprint conversion was good, but the blueprint conversion should have stayed inside of the category. Should it juggernaut to juggernaut, stranger to stranger? It still would have slowed down the development a little bit, but part of that is also because they didn't do the launch in a very good way. Let's just keep putting Boom Boom in the wish machine. So now that I understand that it would take 5 without the blueprint conversions, you had 6 and 5-star weapon before the conversion, right? You had a 6-star Boom Boom because that particular weapon was in the wish machine multiple times, so you were able to get to your 133 and 166 same name legendary blueprints, because you get 105 of them every time it's in the limited time wish machine. Whereas when I started running bingo primarily, its limited time wish machine pull was only on the PvP servers. Now, the real problem is then they did the wish machine back then. You could only get bingo from the PvP server. Right. Exactly. You could only get that limited time pull. No, you're turning on. There we go. I'm not sitting in this office at 90 degrees. So do I think that the blueprint conversion for Once Human was the best solution? No. Do I think that they needed to put in some solution? Yes. Would it have been better if instead of doing the blueprint conversions, they had done a limited time wish machine for more categories? Yeah. But then people that are like, well, I already burned all of my star crumb. Because you didn't get it right the first time, there was really no way to get it right the second time. It's why your dad taught you when he was teaching you how to cut lumber. If your dad taught you, or your uncle, or your stepdad, or your mom, whoever taught you how to cut lumber, measure twice, cut once, and still get it wrong anyway. They didn't measure twice. They didn't have a good plan. They had a bad plan. And unfortunately, they went down the road of bad plan. Now, at the end of the day, is it that big of a deal? No. Does Once Human have other, bigger, more pressing issues? Yes. And one of those bigger, more pressing issues is that they didn't even measure once. And I do agree with what you said. You should never test your most up-to-date development build with the public. That just opens your ass up to massive amount of illogical and incomplete fixes. And I do agree with that as well. You should not publicly test your current working build. And this is where Intrepid Studios, I have no idea what they're doing at this point, but they're not making anybody happy. I don't have these numbers because they don't talk to me, and even if they did, they wouldn't give me this figure. Somebody estimated that the total number of players online every day in the game is about 100. Well, let me just start with, if Intrepid is down to only 100 testers when they claim that they sold 4,000 alpha 2 packs, then that should be telling you absolutely every piece of information you need. Yeah, that there's about 100 concurrent players at any time during the day. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's false. It's what another creator, it's the number that another creator came up with, and that person is still actively making content for the game. I know some people would turn around and say, well, you can't really fault Intrepid for that because there's nothing to do. Well, if there's nothing the fuck to do, then why are you doing 24/7 testing? See, and this is where so many people don't fucking get it. Like, to take another topic that's a hot topic is, you guys know where my position is on Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games versus The Crew. I like the Stop Killing Games initiative. I think their heart's in the right place. The problem is your heart being in the right place doesn't mean that your product or that your initiative is good. At the same time, Pirate Software is taking a shit ton of flack for his for his opinion. And Pirate Software has bias. Pirate Software has bias, and there's nothing wrong with bias. You're a developer. You have a bias. You have a biased perspective. If you're a consumer, you have a biased perspective. That's how bias works. That's what bias is. And there's nothing wrong with bias. There's a lot of things wrong with discrimination, being judgmental, taking adverse actions against somebody because of your bias. But bias in and of itself is not a bad thing. And so people are just dogpiling the shit out of Thor. And I made a post on his tweet. It's like, yeah, dude, people are going to dogpile the shit out of you. Because, yes, you did do a half-assed read of the initiative. You did do that. I've watched both of your videos. If you want to say, and he's always trying to defend his position, stop defending your position. You don't have to defend your position. You made your position. Just fucking move on. Like, if you've gotten a new piece of information that's caused you to have a new perspective, then say that. His problem is that he speaks with too much authority on some things that he doesn't have a good grasp on. Exactly. And that will make you look like an asshole. That's why I say all the time. Like the guy that came in here yesterday on my politics stream and wants to start challenging me about oil. Look, man, I'm like one of 6 people fucking walking around that you don't want to challenge on fucking the global supply chain of oil, right? It was my job for 3 years, and the reason why you only do the job for 3 years is because the burnout is so fucking high. Like, you're dealing with a $4 billion inventory. and it all falls down to one person. That way one person has control of it. Like, California gets all their power from oil. No, the fuck they don't. They get 0.02%. Somewhere in the state of California, they're running one fucking backup generator all the time on oil. Did I at least get a 1%? Oh, I got out of that position, I got to fucking make this motherfucker a colonel promotion statement. My promotion statement out of that job was, he's going here, he's going here, he's going here. After my, if it hadn't been for my injury, I was going to Pakistan to be their deputy minister of logistics. That's where I was headed. I was going to work for a whole another country for 3 years. But then, due to my injury, am I fucking crazy? They said, nah. But no, I saw Asmongold's take on Pirate Software's thing. I saw the Stop Killing Games guy do his video. And it's like, when I did my video on Stop Killing Games, some people were like, you should come over to our community. And I'm like, why? I know exactly how this is going to go. It's going to go something like this. Hey, somebody told me to come over here because I have some good feedback, and your entire initiative needs to be rewritten because you spent 4 seconds thinking about the problem and you've spent 6 months thinking about the solution, but the solution doesn't solve what you think it's going to solve, and you're going to end up with a really bad outcome. How do you really think the head of Stop Killing Games is going to respond when I basically tell him his work is shit and he needs to stop his initiative because his initiative as written, number one, has 0 chance of passing, number 2, has 0 chance of being enforced. If you somehow get the miracle that you do get it to pass, it's going to be non-enforceable. And number 3, even if you manage to get it passed, and even if you manage to get some level of enforcement on it, what will simply happen is the game development companies will stop selling games, and they will sell products as a service. And you have absolutely no expectation to have continuing access to a product that you've only ever had access to on a monthly subscription model. And so, yeah, I'm glad. I really am glad that you're trying to get into consumer protections, but you're missing the bigger point. What you're asking for is not in the product that you're buying, and you're saying, but it should be. Yeah, and there should be a fucking hot ass blonde girl in the passenger seat of the sports car that I buy, but there's not. Because I didn't buy that. I didn't buy that upgrade feature. I bought a car. When I bought the car, why is it we assume that car has a lifespan on it, but the video game doesn't? You're buying an online game. If the developer chooses to no longer support that game, does that suck? Yes. Does that mean that they have to make the server code available? No. But here's where the argument needs to go to. If a game is still so vastly popular that there's enough people looking for the server code, then guess what, Ubisoft? License them the fucking server code. Then create a Shuttered brand licensing division. Write a contract with them. Part of this problem is that people are arguing because it's an argument that needs to be made. But if you just started, okay, you're right. We no longer see the value in this product, so we want to shutter it. We're going to drop it down to one server. We're going to put it into caretaker status, and we're going to document for posterity that on 26 June 2025, the server that we put into caretaker status worked. We're no longer going to maintain it. If it falls below 100 concurrent users or 10,000 average daily users for a period of 90 days, we reserve the right to shutter the server because then it's not being used. And as soon as they did that, it would solve the argument. Yeah, the game, nobody's using it. Well, I want to be able to use it in a couple of years. I might decide on a random Tuesday. Okay, well then the licensing agreement is that it's $100,000 a year if you want the server code. Well, the game won't make that much money. Oh, so you're starting to see our problem with shuttering it. Now you're starting to understand why we don't want to support it anymore. Because we're not making any money on it. Oh, shit. See, I don't mind the discussion, but let's come up with a solution that's, equitable for all parties involved. Now, and I get it. The counter argument is that if you buy a product, you have an expectation that it will be supported forever. Okay, well then what if they put it in the end user license agreement that it won't be supported forever? Well, then you had to agree to the agreement before you logged in a game. If the concurrent population of this game drops below 100 for a period of 90 days, we consider the game abandoned. Now, is some of what Stop Killing Games doing a good idea? Yeah, it's a great idea. I was not aware of Metal Gear Solid on Mac OS having DRM that prevented, once that company stopped being a company, the company that was publishing it on Mac OS, not Konami, then what happened was, oh shit, I have no life. That's not a good day. Then what happened is you can't authenticate your copy as authentic, so the game doesn't let you in. Well, that's not cool. That's not right. You owned a copy of the game. So if Stop Killing Games wants to have a first good pass through on what they're trying to accomplish, then they need to focus on that too. So this would be along the same lines of what DayZ did with Arma 2. If they don't want to open it up and if they don't want to keep it and make it open source and people will mod it, could they possibly make a game from your game, right? No, you can't make a game from my game. And that's where some of these people don't understand international copyright law and the Milan Accord. Holy shit, why does Jalan know the Milan Accord off the top of his head? Because I deal with DMCA-free, copyright-free music. Copyright, like somebody smarted off today and they were like, well, I don't know why video games don't enter the public domain. They do, genius. 70 years after the creator's death or 90 years after the publication, if published by a company. So they do open, they do enter the public domain. The reason why we haven't seen video games entering the public domain, though, is because there hasn't been enough time since the invention of the video game for there to be 70 years. It's 70-90. But it's 70 years after the death of the creator and 90 years after publication if held by a corporation. So there's a bit of a difference. That's why sometimes if the creator is old, it behooves the creator to publish it through a corporation. If the creator is young, it's in the best interest to be published by the creator themselves. But we're talking about a video game. What video game is going to be fucking relevant in fucking 70 fucking weeks, let alone 70 years. But as far as somebody making a game from your game, that's a completely different sort of discussion, because then you start like, for example, yeah, WoW is still relevant after 70 weeks. How many games have shuttered and closed? You're talking about like the one-off. And people are like, well, there's a lot of them. Yeah, there's a lot of them. But when you take the total, updates up, there you go. You jump to the punchline. WoW Vanilla is still very relevant today. Break. If WoW had only ever released Vanilla and had never grown to 12.8 million subscribers, would WoW Vanilla still be relevant today? And the answer is I don't think so. If they had only ever released Vanilla, nothing else, and moved forward, I don't think WoW would be relevant today. I don't like this new base design. I don't know where anything is yet. I haven't had a chance to just mind-numbingly play. Hopefully I will start having that time next week to just get back to having, like, getting up in the morning, writing an article, making a video, and going. Doesn't always have to be a long-form video either. But Once Human has its birthday next month, and so I think they're going to be in some trouble next month. Yeah, it needs some walls. I'll get on that. Oh, where's the fucking moving house this week? I haven't even gotten like an acid farm set up. I've got nothing set up. It's been so terrible. Tungsten, E-parts, automatic parts. Tungsten. Holy shit, we have nothing. Open that box by the forge. Oh, tungsten. I have E-parts. Okay. Let's see what else I don't have. You know what I need? That's what I need. Yeah, see, we're forced to make fucking space arcs. Because if we have to move... Oh, that's cool. I like the way you did that. That's really slick. You did make a fucking arc. If we have to move, then all we got to do is in the last week of the server, I got to take off these extra foundation pieces. These foundation pieces are just there so I can run around my property and knock down all the trees. But if we have to merge servers, then or merge worlds, we only have to find a place that can 6 blocks. That's why we had to come here to the a new server, because Rail couldn't drop his property anymore. He got he got screwed. Stardust infuses. I didn't bring Stardust infuses. I'll go get that shit. What they've done, and they were merging permanent servers. I don't understand. They were like, we're merging permanent servers, and I was like, why are you merging permanent servers? I thought that there was only one permanent server per scenario and then type. So there was supposed to be one Manibus lunar and one Manibus non-lunar. And then they were like, no, we have others. Like, well, then you hurt my head, Starry and Eddies. You hurt my head. Like, do you understand why? Do you get it? Do you understand why people are so confused about the game? It's like permanent server, and I'm going to be writing an article on this. All they need to do is have a permanent server and five permanent worlds on the permanent server. Worlds 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the permanent server are the permanent worlds. When you get there, and it should literally tell you, part of the boxing up before you leave the server should be your property. Here, let me, because thoughts. So what you're going to have is, here's the permanent server, and you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then your server, we're just going to call this 3469, is ending and is going to join the permanent server. Well, it's going to come over here, and it's going to come here, and it's going to drop in as, say, world 9. But you know that you're below 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you know that at some point you're going to get the red X that this world is going to go away. Well, then pack up your shit, go to that world, and then you know once you are there, it will never go away again. If you find that you have too many people on the permanent servers, then you can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yellow, and just tell people at the present time 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are not going to be merged. We will let you know if those servers are going to become eligible for merge. So because of the game copyright laws, people can't make a modded game from your game, even if it's only using your base code, because the content is different. But the content, right, I want you to just reread the last part of what you said. You can't use my code to make a game because I haven't given you permission to use my code. I can't make a Star Trek franchise or a Star Wars franchise, even if I write all of my own characters, because I can't use Jedi, Sith, lightsaber, Mandalorian, Imperial. Galactic Senate would probably, if all I used was Galactic Senate, I could probably get away with that. Because that's too broad of a term to copyright. But no, where we run into another interesting problem is take for example Crusader Kings 3. Can I make a mod for Crusader Kings 3? Yes. Yes, I can. Can I charge for it? Can I charge for it? Well, yes. Because I'm not hurting Paradox Interactive by charging for my mod. Now, well, it doesn't really matter what games open up and what they don't. It matters on how you do it. Because I can modify any piece of software that I own. The trick becomes, how do I monetize it? If I monetize it, well, unless they have specifically stated that you're not allowed to put a price tag on it, and they can't do that. As long as my mod does not contain, 1, the base game, and 2, any of your paid for DLC, you can't tell me that I can't mod your game. You can't tell me that I can't charge for it. You can try. What you can do is you can say, because you're charging for it, you can't list it on our mod website. Minecraft technically does it even if it's ignored. By their terms of service, you're not allowed to earn money from your servers. Right. And here's the thing. In America, that is against the law. You can't tell me what I can do with my server. It's a gray area because I'm not impacting you. That's where, when you start pulling through all of the millions and millions of pages of case law, one second. Sorry, I just got a bill and my new phone isn't set up to handle this shit automatically yet. I had to get a new phone yesterday. That sucks. So, right. What a company will do is say no paid mods, and then they'll fuck with the API that paid mods use. They can't take legal action, but they do fuck your ability to interface, and that they can do. Because you remember, companies can say a lot of things. For example, Walmart says, we are not responsible for the damage caused by our carts in our parking lot. Great, awesome. If my car gets damaged in your parking lot and I know it's by a cart, because I come back to my car and my car has your blue plastic shit scraped all down the side of it, I'm gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna take a picture of the cart, and then I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna just walk up to customer service and say, yeah, I need the insurance claim to make a claim against your insurance because I parked in the parking lot. And they're trained to say, well, we're not responsible for that. Great, I understand. That's what you're supposed to tell me. I don't want to take it out on you. Please get the manager, or please get me the insurance form. And then the manager will come out and the manager will say, I'm sorry, sir, but we're not, that's great. I know you're trained to say that by corporate. So either you get the insurance form, or now I call the police and file a police report about the vandalism done using your cart. And it's about at that point that they're going to take you off to the side. They're going to give you the insurance form. They're going to give you the contact number that you're supposed to have, and you're going to fuck off and you're going to go do your thing, and their insurance company's going to handle it. But why do they put the sign up? Because the sign stops 80% of people from ever trying to file an insurance claim. Fuck yeah, I would put a sign up if it stopped 80% of the insurance claims. Why the fuck do you think at the bars, right inside the door, the sign says, please wait to be seated? Number 2, management reserves all rights, specifically, but not limited to, 1, the ability to deny service to anyone. 2, we do not serve intoxicated individuals. So why do you think we had that specific sign at our 3 bars? Because when somebody says, well, I got into a car accident and that bar overserved me. No, we didn't. Because we don't serve intoxicated individuals. When you start getting their deposition, oh yeah, I walked in and I went up to the bar. Oh, so you walked in, you went up to the bar, you didn't wait to be seated? It's a bar, man. Who waits to be seated? The people at our bar, because that's what the sign says? Well, I don't remember that. Oh, Were you even in our place? Are you sure it was our place? Well, it just creates enough doubt. You can write whatever the fuck you want to write in an end user license agreement. You can write whatever you want in the terms of service. That doesn't make it legal. But if it scares off 80% of your problem, then a document you paid somebody $5,000 to write has solved X percentage of your problem. How the fuck did I? A document is now solving a huge chunk of your problems. Of course you're going to do that. What Faye is talking about is if they identify mods that are making money, they're gonna deal with the interface so you can't continue to make money, which is sometimes a really stupid idea. If I made a steampunk mod for Crusader Kings 3, if I made an entire steampunk world in Crusader Kings 3, but I said, here is CK3 vanilla, and then here is my mod and how it leverages each of their DLCs. Why would Paradox be pissed about that? And the answer is they wouldn't. Because what's happening is, if I've made a mod that I'm only selling sub 100, sub 100 people are paying to have my mod, then they don't win by going after me because it's the big guy going after the little guy. If I'm selling millions of copies of this mod, guess what Paradox Interactive is getting? Millions of copies of their base game sold, and millions of copies of their DLC sold. Because as long as you're a good modder and you're not taking code from DLC and putting it into your mod, so people are paying you instead of paying the other company, then what the fuck does the company care? If the company's making their money, hey man, we noticed a 17% increase in sales after Jalan put out that mod. You know what they should do? They should come along and say, hey Jay, would you like to join the development team? Okay, so we need E-parts and automatic parts, so I gotta go get other shit. That's what they should be doing. They should be, hey Jay, come work for the development team. What do you need? What is it you need in order to make your mods better? I don't get why an end user license agreement isn't treated the same way as a contract then, where illegal terms void the contract. They do. Illegal terms do void end user license agreements. Van Fleet et al. Versus Tryon Worlds, San Diego, California. The reason why Tryon Worlds is no longer a company is because their end user license agreement in terms of service contradicted each other. And after 4 years of stalling, the judge finally said to Tryon's lawyers, you're out of delays. This is moving to trial. And as soon as Tryon's trial lawyers found out, they told Tryon, before Tryon did anything else, they closed up the company. They literally closed fucking down. They were like, fuck this shit, we're out. Then why would they have them in and risk it? And the example you gave before about 75K to scare people. Yeah, here's why. Here's why they would put that in. Because first of all, if you can scare off 80% of people, if you can win 80% of your cases just by what's in the writing, you're assuming that every single lawyer is going to be able to beat the company lawyers. Remember, when you start going after a big company, if I'm the lawyer, I don't give it. If you're paying me, you're filling up my retainer fee every 2 weeks. So you, as the little guy, are either a lawyer yourself or you're paying a lawyer. Now, when people say, oh, I'm a lawyer and it doesn't cost me anything, it absolutely costs you. If your billable rate is $300 an hour, then every hour you spend on this lawsuit versus the big company is a $300 investment. Because if you spend an hour over here, if you spend an hour working on this lawsuit, which is yours, you didn't spend an hour on this one, which puts cash in your pocket. Or you're paying a lawyer, right? If you had to fill the retainer fee every 2 weeks, I would go crazy. Well, right. But how many gamers are going to be able to walk up to an attorney and say, here's $100,000 retainer? Lawyers don't want to be 80 hours into a deal, come to find out that the gamer that's trying to file this lawsuit doesn't have pockets. Now, somebody's going to say, well, don't some lawyers take it on a percentage? Yeah, the lawyer takes it on a percentage. 40% is the floor. Unless it's a class action, then 40% is the ceiling. But here's Acme Video Game Company. They have a legal department, right? They're paying a handful of people and one litigator, and then they have a whole outside litigation team, but they've got this one guy in-house so that most of the shit he can file, but it's all motion to dismiss, motion to quash, motion to extend, motion to continue. So it took Van Fleet, it took him 4 years. He filed the lawsuit within 10 days of Trion launching ArcAge. The entire time Trion Worlds was the publisher of ArcAge, there was a lawsuit going on. 4 fucking years. 4 years of Trion continuing to do business the way that it was being alleged was illegal. 4 years. And at the end, what happened? It was after Van Fleet, after they got their cut of the settlement money, because they got expenses, it was $460,000 for all the North American players to split. That was it. So you ask the question of, why do companies knowingly and willingly break the law in their terms of service? Well, the response is, why wouldn't they? Because what do they have to lose? And the answer is, they have nothing to lose. If they think that it's about to go fucking sideways, they can shutter a division. They can spin it off. Why do you think NeoWiz Blessed Studios wasn't Blessed Studios? They do it because they won't end up paying out anyway. Exactly. And does it suck? Yes, it absolutely sucks. Is it bullshit? Yes, it is absolutely bullshit. But what can we do about it? That's the other piece about Stop Killing Games, where it makes me fucking laugh, and I don't want to go to him. I don't want to go to the guy and shit on his hopes and dreams. But what's gonna happen is you're gonna spend and look. Do you think the video game companies are worried about Stop Killing Games right now? And the answer is fuck no, they're not. And the reason why they're not is Stop Killing Games is gonna spend time, effort, energy, and resources. They can't even get 1 million signatures on their initiative movement. And even when they fucking do you think the video game companies are worried? They are not. The video game companies don't give a shit. Why would they? Why should they? They don't give a shit. What are you gonna do? Spend another 3 or 4 years getting the number of signatures you need to start getting European lawmakers to maybe pass a bill that maybe then will be lawsuits that will be in place for 5 to 10 years, and then maybe after appeals at the 30 fucking year from now mark, it's like dumping industrial waste in a river. Why do they keep doing it? It would cost them $10,000 a day. Because it costs $10,002 per day to clean it up. That's 2 cents a profit. Right. But it's usually along the lines of, it would cost us $200 million to fix the factory. So how many days of fines is it until we hit $200 million? Well, the factory is due for a complete refit in 4 years. Oh, well then fuck it. Just pollute the river for 4 years, and when we have to shut the factory down, we'll just retrofit it then. And then when we do that, we're going to spin it 7 ways from Sunday about how we're such a responsible company, and everybody will have forgotten. And that's the world we live in. That's why I like video game, and this is why I'm not too particular with Starry Studios, because they're not doing anything egregious. Starry Studios isn't doing anything egregious that's like, I can't believe they're doing that. They haven't introduced pay to win. The couple of times they've introduced pay to win, not even directly, indirectly, they've addressed it. They said, in order to get this cosmetic, you have to open X number of paintings, but to open the paintings you have to buy from the cash shop. And somebody was like, well, that's not pay to win for power, but you're saying in order to get this I have to spend money on that. Then it's not a free event. And they apologized. But I saw the other day when I jumped in to play Once Human, somebody said their predatory monetization. What's predatory about their monetization? The price? A price being high does not predatory make. And that was their argument, that the prices are too damn high. It's a free to play game with no content paywalls. 0 content paywalls. How is their monetization predatory? It's like that video clip I showed yesterday during the politics show, where the girl was making all these insinuations about her boss, that he's a groomer. Well, you can't say that. And really, you don't mean that. You're saying it because you don't like some actions that your boss took. And you're allowed to not like actions your boss takes, but you're not allowed to make allegations against him. You want to say that you don't like the cost of stuff in a video game. That's fine. Not the price being high doesn't make it predatory. If you want to make your argument legitimate, the argument about tokens versus a straight cash price, that's predatory. That's a predatory practice. So instead of, and if you're not, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that, but when I come into the shop, like here, they tell you 99 cents. So you know what you're getting. But when you come in here, oh, they are starting to make the change. So they are listening to the fan base. So this one, you know, is $14.99. So they've put that straight cash. But like this one, right? 3,980 tokens. Well, you can't even buy that for $49.99. So some people are making the argument that it's about the predatory nature of the cash shop being expensive. Please spend responsibly. Yeah, it's $55. Now, I don't think any fucking I haven't had a crash on Once Human in months. I don't think any cosmetic in any video game is worth $55. But it being $55 doesn't, yeah, they heard me talking about them. If I go back to talking about Ashes, my stream will crash. It being $55 doesn't make it predatory. And if you think that a high price makes something predatory, then Sony is predatory in the cost of the PlayStations. Every amusement park on the planet is predatory. McDonald's is predatory. But stuff being expensive does not predatory make. Having to buy tokens, as you see, so 3,980. So I can't get as many as I need with the $49.99 pack. So the predatory is that over here that I'll buy $99.99. And the truth is, if they would just lower their fucking prices, they would sell more cosmetics. Right? You get a weapon skin. Oh, you get two. Okay, this is 2 sets of cosmetics. I mean, it's really one with a reskin. So somebody... Again, what Dram just said is this isn't predatory. It's shitty, but it's not predatory. I don't care about name holders. That's pretty slick looking, but not worth $50. Oh, so you get 3 sets. You get three armor sets. I still don't think it's cool to... Wait. Frost Ember set, Blazewind set, Ember Reaver set. Sticker. Yeah, I don't... The whole pack for $20 would sell more. Right, and that's where I said if a game company wants to make money, then what they should do is... What? Oh my god, all these fucking menus. What you do is this. If you're dead set on selling cosmetics for $19.99, right? Then we call this A. And then next month A drops to $14.99 and you launch B. And then the following month, right? The following month, A drops to $14.99, you drop B. Then A drops to $9.99, B drops to $14.99, and C launches at $19.99. And then when D comes out, you drop everybody down again. And if you did your model this way, some people say, oh, well, I'll just wait till it comes out at 99 cents. Sure. But the person who says, I'll wait for it to come out at 99 cents isn't gonna buy anything above 99 cents. So you know what you get when you do this model? You get that person to buy it at 99 cents. The people who want it, when it comes out, they'll buy it. Jay, you can't possibly know that. League of Legends, anyone? New skin comes out, new hero comes out with a new skin pack. They sell a bunch of them. The reason why this works is that if you do A, B, C, D, E, by the time the cosmetic has reached 99 cents, the people who are willing to spend a little money to support your game will spend the next batch of money. Because they want to look new. They want to look fresh. They want to look less sexy. They're the ones giving you money. Now, you could also delay it a little bit, right? You could do January A comes out, February B comes out, March C comes out, and A drops. I mean, you could do that. You could delay it for a bit if you wanted to, if you felt you needed to. But you should be getting your you should be getting your feedback data in real time. If your company isn't set up so that at the minimum you get a daily report of what you sold, then your company's set up wrong. You should be able to get real time, absolutely real time processing. Like, what have we made today? New hero drops, heroes OP, skins sell, next hero drops, they nerf the shit out of the first one. You're right. Why? And we all know this. And we all know it. And we all know it. Why do they drop new heroes in MOBAs completely overtuned? Because when you're selling the hero and you drop it overtuned, you sell the fuck out of it until the patch. That's where you're making your money. Is it shitty? Yes, it is. It is absolutely shitty. I am not supporting it. I am not endorsing it. I am not condoning it. And just because I understand something doesn't mean I agree with it. I understand the rationale. I understand the logic. I am Nick Fury. Yes, I received your order, but considering it was a stupid fucking order, I decided to ignore it. I understand why you're doing it. I'm trained in marketing. I get it. I just don't do it. I think it's dirty. I think it's ugly. I think it I think it is the cornerstone of the problems we have. But I get it. Disney World in Orlando keeps hearing from all their people. They don't like the fact that they're closing rides. They don't like the fact that they're closing this or closing that. What did Disney file for 2 days ago? Disney said, Disney's tired of hearing from all the people. You need to open a fifth gate. Disney needs to open a fifth gate, but not for the reasons people think they need to open a fifth gate. Because Epic Universe has already proven opening a fifth gate isn't going to get you more visitors. Universal Studios, I was just there. This isn't me guessing. This isn't me pretending that I wasn't just boots on the ground. My fucking peepers, even my fucking 12-year-old kid looked at the park and was like, it's dead. Like, my kid looked around and was like, it's never this not busy. It's never this slow in June. You finally saw an ad for their Pixar movie that they released on the ass of Lilo and Stitch. Here's the thing. I get why. From a marketing perspective, somebody fucked up. From a marketing perspective, Disney needs to get back to only releasing 12 movies a year. And maybe not even that many. Disney needs to say, what are we releasing that can be movies and what are we releasing that could be TV shows? The trick is, I think that they knew that Stitch was going to make $1 billion worldwide. My last check on it was that it had made $910 million worldwide. They knew that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was a stinker. So Disney was like, do we divert marketing money to this new Pixar movie? Or do we let Lilo and Stitch cook? And I think they made the decision to let Lilo and Stitch just cook. That is a very true point. People don't want rehash of repeats of redos of remixes. What a lot of people are looking for is organically new content. That's not a bad wish. It's not a bad want. It's not a bad desire. With that said, it's not bad. It's not bad because it's not new. That's not what makes it bad. And we're not going to talk about what makes it bad because not everybody has had a chance to see it. But that's not what makes it bad. What's hard is companies don't know. Companies don't know what they don't know. And let me tell you, in the last couple of weeks, since I've been, teaching myself web design, and now that I use Zencoder, it is just far simpler to build a website because you can ask it questions. It's really nice being able to ask Zencoder a question. It's just like, hey, how do I fix this? If you want to learn from Zencoder, don't say, I want to do this. Say to Zencoder, without changing anything, what would be the best way to accomplish this effect? And it will give you like option A, option B, option C. Now, if you already have a ChatGPT subscription, this is really good. If you have a ChatGPT subscription, you can ask ChatGPT a question and then work out the particulars through ChatGPT. And then when ChatGPT will say, would you like me to build? Be like, no, I would not like you to build it. I would like you to give me instructions to give to Zencoder. Like, this is not hard. I am not claiming that this particular piece of code of HTML and CSS was hard. Like, that's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that it would have been time consuming because there's a lot of moving pieces. What was really nice yesterday was having all the links in a file and saying to Zencoder or saying to ChatGPT, is this the best way to do this? Is this the best option for how to put this together? Now, I had one person say to me, well, you could just use Linktree. You're right. I could just use Linktree. You are absolutely right. But if there are things I want to do that Linktree doesn't allow me to do, then I don't have freedom. And this only took me 20 minutes. And now I have total freedom over what I'm trying to do. I don't have to rely on another website. And when they say, well, this particular feature is for our premium members only. Oh, it is it? Well, I can make that effect too. It's just about having the freedom. Like, people, in about 2019, people told me I should get off a Wix website and I should learn how to code and I should do this and I should do that and I should do the other and I should do all these things. And at the end of the day, you know what? Fuck that. What I should have done is I should have just stayed on the Wix website. A couple of weeks ago, somebody said, what I should do is use WordPress. I did use WordPress. And you know what I found about WordPress? WordPress is terrible. WordPress is absolutely garbage. WordPress is great if the template does exactly what you want it to. If WordPress doesn't do exactly what you want it to, then you're fucked. If your response is to say use WordPress, I never want to hear you say that somebody using a Wix website is bad, because Wix beats the dog shit out of WordPress. But going through the WordPress process was good, because I went through the WordPress process and learned more from those failures than I did from any successes. One thing I learned from listening to Intrepid Studios for years and years and years is that sometimes it's better to build the tool. And if you remember, I said this. If you build a tool that takes you a month and it saves you 10 months of development time, well then you saved 9 months of development time. Because you lost a month, it saves you 10, you net gained 9 months. You're 9 months further ahead. Taking and what it was, and this was a great thought process for something, and all of you web people or computer programmers, you're all like, yeah, that's basic shit. And I understand that, but it's not something I'd done. I'm a jump in and do it and clean it up later kind of guy. Yeah, that doesn't fucking work. I built one article on one web page, and I said, now that I've built this one article on one web page, what are all the things that that's why why today is going to be the first day that I'm writing a second article in gaming on my website. Not that I don't want to write stuff, but it's like, Zetrix taught me this. Yeah, I fucked that up, because what I didn't do was think about, like, yeah, it's easy to set up a JSON file, but what's not easy is and I didn't know this, and it's just what you don't know. What I didn't know was that null is so important. Because if you go and you have an article, and then you decide that you want to have another category, you have to put that line in all of your other JSON data. And if you don't have content ready for that line yet, you put null. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I was constantly putting, quote, placeholder data goes here. I didn't know null was a fucking option. I didn't know that. No, I do. Hey, we have a neighbor. Who's our neighbor? Nice. So, it's been a great ride. It's been a great adventure. Learning new stuff. That's kind of why, to bring it back to Once Human, it's why I kind of feel bad for Starry Studios and NetEase. They knew what they wanted to do, but they started changing it based on the initial player feedback. And you know what the truth of the matter is? Fuck the players. And I'm not joking when I say that. I sincerely mean this. Fuck the players. Because the players are the biggest part of the problem. Because the players don't know what they want. The players are saying stuff like, well, it would be great if we had this. And you're sitting there thinking to yourself, how can my player base be so stupid? And then they get it, and they're like, oh, I don't like it. Players most of the time don't know what they want. Players most of the time think they know what they want, but then when they get it, they don't want it. It's like, for example, a new brilliant fucking stir fry place opened up near me, and I'm so happy because I love stir fry. Stir fry is one of my favorite things, and they're a stir fry and sushi place, which hold on, because you got to see the size of this. This slice of nigiri was unfucking real. The size of this thing, like, no, I normally say when you start charging like $3 per piece of nigiri, I start saying what the shit's going on. Look at that. Look how big that fucking is. I got 2 salmon nigiri, thinking they would be like the really thin strips, which they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be really thin strips because, I'm sorry, that's sashimi. The thin strips of nigiri is supposed to just be a strip of salmon. Yeah, sashimi is the rice patty and the strip. All nigiri is 3 of the strips. I got that brought to my table and I was like, holy hot damn, that's sexy. Well, as I was driving home, I joked with my wife and I said, I think I kind of want a chocolate shake. And it was 111 degrees outside. You know what I decided almost immediately afterwards? I don't want no fucking chocolate shake. That's a bad fucking idea. Did I get that backwards? Yeah, sashimi has no rice. Nigiri has the rice. I did that backwards. My fucking brain. So yeah, now you want a chocolate shake, but you know what? I wanted a chocolate shake yesterday at should be able to just do. No, I need 3. So 1. I need 3 levels. And then I said to myself immediately, I'm like, you know what? No, I don't want no chocolate shake. A chocolate shake in 100-degree heat? I don't want that. No thanks. But imagine if as the gamer, I wanted a chocolate shake. My wife, as the developer, was like, the fuck you want? She kind of like just made a face. She would have ordered it for me. If I turned it into an issue, she would have ordered it for me. We would have stopped. We would have picked it up. But you know what would have happened? I would have probably gotten sick. My kiddo would have gotten sick. And then I would have gotten in trouble for getting my kiddo sick because we had just had stir fry. It was 100 and some odd degrees out. We don't need no fucking chocolate shakes. The developers have got to tell the player base, we hear you, but I don't think you really want that. But then the gamers have to stop getting so mad when the developer says, are you sure? Are you sure that's what you want? Because I don't think you're sure. But you can't, there's no middle ground with people anymore. There's just no middle ground. You either, like, you just can't. We ended up with, here, I joked about it the other day. I am a huge Final Fantasy fan. There is the physical box collector's edition for Dawntrail. I don't even have an account now. I love Final Fantasy 14. Dawntrail was so terrible, it caused me to quit the game. Because they listened to too many of the players in their terrible fucking feedback. Their absolute just terrible feedback. But you gotta listen to the players. No, you have to hear your players. You have to hear the player base. You don't need to listen to the player base, but you have to hear them. Yeah, I can't take out those columns, unfortunately. We normally don't live right here. We usually live a little bit over that way. And we also usually don't build in this style. But due to, if you're not right over here, this fucking big honking fucking rock, I usually put my base, that's usually the center. So I'm usually 9 blocks over because then half my base isn't in the pollution. But now that rock, you can't auto place your base back on top of that rock. So we moved over. Yeah, I'll drop large refineries later. But yes, we have them. We'll get that going as well. Rail and I are gonna have to poverty run our first round of nightmare silos because we don't we're not all set up yet. I also have to clean up all of this nonsense. But yeah, the goal is to try to have some good playtime today. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stream and then I'm gonna spend some time actually playing, and then I might just skip finishing the article today. Yeah, some tungsten ammo will be fine. I mean, it's just gonna be an annoyance, but it's not gonna be an impossibility. I mean, I can solo them without wish rockets. Oh, there were 270 electronic parts right there. Well, shit. All this fucking charcoal, we're getting rid of this shit. I ain't having last fucking season, man. Oh my god, my Eland. Anybody else go to Eland and you're just like, this is terrible. This is horrible. You gotta clean out your bag. You're just like, no. Okay. You don't even get shit for it. Yes, you can mod convert, but I'd rather use Pro Dungeons for mod conversion. Oh, that was a while ago. Unfortunately, somebody is saying they'd rather do silos for mod conversion fodder. What they don't understand is that the Prime Wars, the fodder that drops out of the Prime Wars is better for making converted mods because it tends to be a higher rated mod. I'll be right back. So it was funny. They've started it maybe after all these other times that they said they figured out what's wrong with me. they think they figured out what's wrong with me again. Oh, hell, I didn't know I had all that. I'm going in for some testing tomorrow morning. I think it was funny. They kind of lied to me. Because I asked them how far the hospital was from my house. And they're like, oh, it's not that far. It's like 30 minutes. This fucking other hospital is an hour away. And so I was like, what the fuck's going on, guys? Like, what's the rush? What's the urgency? Because why are you suddenly sending me to a hospital an hour away for a test? And they're like, yeah, you need the fucking test. Just go to the fucking hospital. I was like, that's not reassuring. So I go to the hospital. I go to the hospital tomorrow. And I get that test done. And then hopefully, I'm hoping that they can maybe figure some shit out. I gotta start taking injections, which that's another one. They're like, you're gonna need an injection every 2 weeks. Are you comfortable doing it on your own? Is that a trick fucking question? No, I'm not comfortable giving myself an injection. I'm afraid of needles. They always give me shit though. They're like, what do you mean you're afraid of needles? They're like, you have tats. And I was like, the tattoo artist doesn't blow my fucking veins. And then generally then the phlebotomist at that point is like, oh, I get it. Like, yeah, I have tats. That's a little tiny needle scratching the surface of my skin. It's not going in me. Fuck off, man. Yeah, and I didn't give me... Exactly. I have tattoos. I didn't fucking do them myself. Yeah, I'm not afraid of needles. I'm afraid of shitty phlebotomists. I'm afraid of incompetence. It's like, I can't believe you act this way. I can't believe you're fucking surprised. I've seen people have complications because they fucked up their veins. Yeah. When I was in the hospital back in April, it was a pain in the ass because they had blown the veins on my left arm. Because if you don't know what's wrong with the patient, you should start an IV that can be used to draw blood. If you're going to go in the crux of the elbow, you should start an IV that can be used for push or pull. Because you don't know how many times you're going to have to get blood from the person. If your hospital has a policy that you don't do blood draws through the IV, then you do their first blood draw in their hand. And yes, it sucks. But if you don't know what's wrong with them, you start as low as you can so you can work backwards. Because if you blow the vein, you blow the vein, and the vein's not useful. And that's not me guessing. That's from being Air Force Medical. And that's the answer. Where the fuck is this? Did I miss it? It must be down over here. I must have missed it. I thought it was right on the beach. But, you just get shitty nurses and shitty doctors. But at my hospital, when I walk into my hospital, there's a sign that says, like, my job is to, and there's like 13 things that the sign says. Like, my job is to treat you, care for you, make you better, all these things. And then it says, my job is not to be assaulted by you, be yelled at by you, be not to be physically assaulted, not to be verbally abused, like all these things. And I was like, you know how you solve that problem? you get the police involved. But then I realized that people aren't scared of the police anymore. People are just shitty. Human beings are just fucking shitty. One Twitch streamer, she was an animal rescue advocate. She took her own life due to online harassment. The fuck is wrong with people? My best friend's wife is going through medical university. She's a scrub, and she was telling us a shit ton of horror stories about how much new doctors are nowadays, and all about money. Yeah, it's terrible. Okay, did the house move? I was certain the house was... Oh, is that it on the other side of the shop? She actually saved foxes, and people harassed her to death. I mean, she helped all animals, but save a fox was her big thing. Rail, where the hell is this house? Where is the walking house when it's down here? I thought it was right on the beach. Why am I not seeing this fucking house? Of course, I asked earlier and bookmarked it. And then I crashed. Sometimes I hate just how shitty people can be. You know, and that's what's funny about that is we talk about video games and communities and how shitty those communities are. Like, there's an individual, and I don't know the truth of the matter. I don't want to know the truth of the matter. It's not my fucking problem. It's not my monkey, not my circus. But apparently the leader of Envious sold the Discord to a gaming company. And people are mad about it. Well, first of all, if he sold the Discord that's his to a gaming company, there's no problem with that. Like, if somebody came up to me and they were like, I'll give you $5 million for PGN, I would be an idiot to not take that. You want PGN music, you want the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel for $5 million? I'll sell that shit to you. Because I'd be an idiot not to. Now, if you came to me and you said, $5 million, you can't be a streamer for 10 years, you can't make any YouTube videos for 10 years, you can't have any music produced for 10 years, I'd have to think about that. Okay, I'll do that too. Because I'd be an idiot not to. So people are giving him shit because he sold Discord. Well, okay, it's his Discord to sell. It's the guild's Discord. Unfortunately, Discords have a single owner. Again, not saying it's not shitty behavior, but I'm saying that I get it. But the same individual has been accused of selling, stealing, scamming tens of thousands of dollars. That's not cool. That ain't right. But is anybody surprised? Based on the behavior of the individual, the character of the individual, the temperament of the individual, what they considered okay, what they didn't consider okay. That did not fucking load in the last time I was down here. Oh, I bet you I know what it was. I bet you it was all these other assets loaded in first. when I first found out about it, I was like, how why are you surprised? This is a guild whose behavior has been a campaign of harassment for years. And you're now what? You're surprised? Why? Like, your guild leader has been a douche fucking bag since the very beginning. You thought that douchebaggery was okay when it was directed at other people, but now that it's directed at you, somehow now you're morally outraged. And get the fuck out of here. I saw a Discord chat of his and he took a picture of a $5,000 trek and tried to get one of his followers to buy PI for him, saying that he had the money, he just couldn't access it. Nigerian prince scamming his own people. Yeah. But you know who's to also blame for this? And I'm sure they're gonna get pissed off at me when I say it. Intrepid Studios is to blame for this. People buying accounts and selling accounts, and Intrepid Studios being told about it and being given the information necessary to stop it, and then them not stopping it. Well, where's the fucking surprise part come in? Fushi selling his account not once but twice. Fushi in a Discord admitting that he sold his account and then he bought his mom a vacuum cleaner or a carpet shampoo or some shit. Well, there's an image that I have that absolutely cooks that account. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's irrefutable. It's irrefutable evidence. It's the fucking smoking gun. Fushi absolutely sold his account. He absolutely fucking sold it. Intrepid could have made a big talking point about that, and they could have said, ladies and gentlemen, we have fucking told you that accounts are non-transferable. Not quite sure what you're not understanding, but today we banned an account. We banned and shit-canned an account worth $9,000 because the owner of it sold it. Don't do this. Do you think a lot of people would be buying expensive ass accounts if the company, if the company was outright banning accounts that are bought? Because ultimately, say I sold my account, I could sell my account, get the money, make sure the money had cleared, and then just contact Intrepid and be like, hey, that's not my account anymore, I sold it. That would make me a douchebag. But I would just be being a good steward of the community by letting them know about a sold account. Lots of people have sold their accounts. But that's that shitty behavior. It's like people selling once human accounts. They've been playing for a year. They don't want to play the game anymore. But they have gobs and gobs of stuff. So they sell it, and they make a couple of $100 or more. It's against the terms of service. Don't fucking do it. Now, some people are like, how can you sell the account? It's on Steam. Well, some are on Steam. Also, there's a lot of, not a lot, but there's a handful of people that they make a new Steam account for every game they play. That way, they know they can always sell the account. Because all you need to do is have a throwaway email address You can move the email address for the Steam account to a new email. So you throw that on a new email and give the person the email and the account. Here you go. Have a good fucking day. I wouldn't trust somebody to do that. It happens all the time, man. Just because you wouldn't trust it to happen.
That old man was a mind. Every time I open this book,
It's nice having just a little bit of time to unwind and just game. I see so many gaming streamers that are so stressed. Like, they're stressed and burning out because they're not making enough money each stream. So they know that they're not going to make their rent, or they're not going to make their utility payment, or they're not going to make their whatever. Like, if you don't have a nest egg, like, I'm not saying that you can't be a successful streamer, but and I'm not going to give a name here on the stream. If somebody's dying to know, I can tell them offline. There's a really cool streamer who's a really good dude, really good dude. Helps everybody. Well, there was some controversy that wasn't even his controversy. Some controversy started around him last year, and now he doesn't get as many sponsorship offers, and work's not coming his way. Well, that sucks, because it wasn't even his drama. It was drama he got pulled into. Well, now, you know, imagine being a creator who's been kind of a professional content creator for a couple of years, and now all of a sudden, you're trying to re-enter the job market because shit you didn't even do, right? Shit that wasn't even your fault or your problem. It wasn't your bag. Brings down your business. That's terrible. But at the same time, if you don't have that nest egg of money, you probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't be trying to be a full-time streamer, because you don't have that nest egg. I'll tell you right now, if I needed, I would not be a full-time, I wouldn't be a streamer at all if I needed money. If I had to have regular income, I wouldn't be a streamer at all. It just would be, it would be time, energy, effort, resources in the way wrong direction. I would go back to either teaching, or I would just call the local colleges and be like, do you need an adjunct professor of any of this shit that I teach? If I couldn't get a job doing that, I would call and do adult education. If I couldn't get a job doing that, I'd take the Amazon job or the Boeing job, assuming they were open. To try to make money as a streamer and think that you're going to get regular income, you better have a backup plan. And there are some people who get to a level, like look at Narc, for example. Narc was making good money as a streamer, but then he went against the patriarchy. He went against the dystopian authoritarian government. I was making $1,500 a month. Well, I wasn't. The company was making $1,500 a month when I was in the good graces of Intrepid Studios. We make about 6,000 a year right now. If I wanted to make money, I would have just kept my mouth shut. No, I got no problems. Everything's good. Everything's great. That's why I wish Twitch and Kick could get on the same fucking page. Kick is paying its creators a flat rate fee in their partner program. Later, Dram. When you're in the Kick content creator program, you get paid simply for streaming. And they can afford to do that because they're subsidized by what? Online gambling? Like their parent company is an online casino or something? Twitch could afford to do that. Their parent company is Amazon. But it's always the individuals that are streaming to nobody. Like, and that one is so amazing to me. You're streaming to nobody. Literally nobody. And yet you are upset that you're not getting paid. Well, why would they pay you? You're not bringing them. You're not bringing them any money. You're not bringing them any viewers. You're not bringing them any resources. It's like, I like the Once Human content creator program. I think it needs a massive revamp. Let me tell you, right now, the Once Human content creator program has online 1,198 content creators. That's just online. And I'm too dumb to know how to see. Hey, what's up? I'm too dumb to see how many they don't have online. I'm not good enough to see how many offline they have. Now, online, they have 118 creators in their Beyonder program. Which is bigger. Or which is better. Not bigger, it's better. Being down to about 118 creators in your Beyonder program is kind of what you want to get to. You have this general overall content creator program, which tells people that if you do good shit, then you're going to move up. If you don't do good shit, then you're just going to stay. I made a joke the other day on Twitter. There was a girl who's like, I'm going to give one of you a PlayStation 5. She's got a massive Twitter following. I said, if I win, I don't want the PlayStation 5. I just want exposure. And I went back, social media exposure. I didn't want there to be any, insinuation there. No innuendo. And I was talking to some content creators, and they were mad because I was saying that I would rather, and I don't have any problem sharing. I made from my Once Human content last month, I made $189.38. I have no problem sharing that. Let me just do a real quick search for something. Oh no, I can't do a real quick search for it. I streamed Once Human last month, probably 28 hours. And then I made, I think, 5 videos and 8 shorts to make $200. It's not about the $200. It's about once again, using a game as practice to see what works, what doesn't. I think at some point I'm just going to have to nuke my YouTube channel and start a new one. I think that thing has more STDs than a Colombian crack house. I think that channel's just been around for too long and has too many bad videos on it. But it's not about the $200. For me, I would rather be in a smaller program, not make any money, and then have them kick out my video to their Twitter. And I said this to some creators, and they said, why would you ever want to be paid in exposure? Because right now exposure is what I can't get on my own. I can get money on my own, right? I can get money on my own. What I can't get is I can't get, the reach. I'd like to think that my message is good enough to get people to stay interested, but my problem is getting my content in front of people. That's what I suck at. But then again, I don't make fun videos. I make boring videos. I make stereo instruction videos. Like, I make the video where you can see everything you need to know. But then other creators take my video and they chop out, and I have found on numerous occasions, I have found creators that I know for a bona fide 100% fact, that's not just me, other viewers have said, this guy basically took your video, made it more entertaining. And I was like, yeah, it sucks because I'm about as entertaining as watching paint dry. But and here's the issue. Another creator can take my content and make it more entertaining, so they get all the views. But what they can't do is answer any of your questions. And that's what I think sucks. You've got people taking videos, making AI generated ripoffs of them, but then they can't go the extra mile for you. Like, somebody watched my bounce video and they said, are you sure your bounce video is right? And I said, I am 100% sure my bounce video is right. That video took me about 3 weeks to math out. And they said, well, another creator is saying you're wrong. I said, well, that's fucking great. Another creator can say that I'm wrong. What am I wrong about? They said they're saying that you shouldn't be using the sharp blade pants with the rifle because it doesn't do as much damage as if you do the tattoo pants. I said, well, first and foremost, the fucking tattoo pants don't even add any damage. It does nothing. It does adds damage. So going back and forth with this person, there's a creator saying that a weapon or a piece of armor that doesn't add any damage adds more damage because it gives you extra bullet reloads. And I was like, but every time you bounce the bullet off an ally, you get a bullet back, but that bullet doesn't do any damage. And every time you bounce, you get 3 plus 2 from the weapon. So you get 5. And every time I bounce, I get 9. And I used a mod to get ammo. I said, I'm going to go with my way. I just had a 10-minute long conversation with someone in WoW about his struggle with addiction. That was great. That's a huge part of why I play. Yeah, I like the individual stories. I like the individual stories. I like the social connection, mainly because I'm really terrible at the social connection in the real world. I'm really not good at socializing in the real world with people, because after about 20 minutes of talking to people, I realize that that's about all the conversation they have in them. Your friend made a D4 lore theory video, and the next day this big Diablo lore video creator stole his entire idea, repackaged it without giving him any credit. Exposure would have been cool. Yeah, and that's where the shitty part comes in. because there's no punishment and there's no penalty for ripping off other people's stuff. And you know who's to blame for that behavior? That's the players. Because if you know that a guy stole the video, ripped off the video, and you keep going back to that creator, then what you're doing is you're saying that behavior is acceptable. So, I'll be right back. So, speaking of addiction, I'm not your counselor. I'm not your therapist. I'm not giving you advice. I'm giving general advice. And I'm talking about a person who I'm currently helping with that. Individual was drinking 9 alcoholic beverages a day. Plus, let me back that up. The person knew they were drinking at least 9 alcoholic beverages a day. They were drinking 9 glasses of wine, 9 servings of wine, and then they were still drinking like hard seltzer or hard alcohol. They went to their doctor and said they have an addiction problem. And then they said to their doctor, what I would like to do is I would like to get sober. And what they didn't do was be honest with their doctor. They weren't honest with their doctor. They told their doctor about half. Yeah, the wine was more than a single serving. It was a bottle and a half of wine a day. And then some more. And so they said to their doctor, this is how much I'm drinking. And then they were talking to me and they told me that, and they said, well, what harm can it do? And I said, well, what'd the doctor give you? And they said, gabapentin. I said, okay, let me help you out with this. If you try to go cold turkey off of what I'm going to call 12 drinks a day, and you're going to use gabapentin to do it, you have an 8% chance of dying. Just so you know your fucking odds. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, that's severe alcoholism. You can't cold turkey off of at least 9 drinks a day, and then whatever the fuck else you're adding onto it. Well, gabapentin helps you with the withdrawal symptoms. And gabapentin is a completely because remember, when not to go too far into psychology and addiction, but when you're getting clean off of alcohol, you will get shakes. No, gabapentin is the appropriate medication when you're stepping down from normal alcoholism to sobriety. Gabapentin is the appropriate medication. It's not the primary use of it, but it is an authorized secondary use of that medication. But remember, for a woman, alcoholism is classified as 8 drinks a week. Okay, 8 drinks a week. In excess of that, you're classified as an alcoholic. When you're drinking 63 alcoholic beverages a week, that's not the appropriate course of treatment. And so this individual's like, well, I think my doctor knows more than you. And I said, your doctor does know more than me, but I know more about what you're doing than you've told your doctor. So you can choose to go back to your doctor, tell your doctor the truth, or you can't step down from 9 drinks a day to 0 and not expect alcohol withdrawal syndrome and DT. You just can't. You fucking can't. And if you want to, that's cool, man. That's cool. But recognize you have an 8% chance of death if you go cold turkey. Well, I want to be sober by X date. Sobriety's not a fucking race. Sobriety, what did Ice Cube say? Life ain't a track meet, it's a marathon. Sobriety isn't a fucking track meet, it's a marathon. Now, this individual is one of the few people that I can say isn't a fucking numpty and actually listened. Well, how do you know so much about addiction? Because I'm a recovering addict. I think in October, I get to throw down the long-term recovery title. I'm in long-term recovery because I optionally elected to have a drink a while back. I had one and I was able to handle it. When I went to the hospital and I was having a panic attack, they gave me IV Ativan. And I told you guys, how can I play with my friend? Great question. Give me 2 seconds and I'll show you. Oops. Missed the ledge. They gave me IV Ativan and I was afraid I was going to go back into addiction. I didn't. But I told you guys for about 2 weeks I was eating donuts and cranking sugary drinks because I wanted to avoid that. Now, how can you play with your friend? First and foremost, when you are on a server, servers are only accessible for X number of days. So let me back up. Most people don't know this. When you click on your name, right, it brings up all your different characters. You can have 10 characters on an account. So first, you need to find what server they're on. Now, some of these servers get locked. So let me go to character creation may not be available when the server limits are reached. So this server opened, right, on April 22nd. The scenario has been open for an extended period and access to the current server is no longer available. So one flaw that Once Human still has is that there is no way to link up with friends easily. With that said, one of the ways that you can link up with a friend is to find out how many days they have left on their server. So this server, that's Endless Dream. That's Manibus Novice. That one opened on 4/23. So I think this one's already gone to the I think I just saw the red text that said it was permanent. Come on. Come on, Once Human. I love you. Come on. Come on. There we go. So this server, in 3 days, this server ends. Your friend should be able to go up into this menu. Your friend should be able to hit escape, go into their Manibus. Oh, this server is in settlement, so I could leave. And they should be able to tell you how many days they have left. if they're right around in here in 3 or 4, you're screwed. You can't link up with them. It is still a major flaw with the game. Your friend would either have to wait, or I'm sorry, you would either have to wait till your friend finishes a scenario, or your friend would have to use an exit card. If your friend uses an exit card, I'll show you where those are. What is going on today? Why is the load time so terrible? So your friend can go into scenario challenge, challenge shop, other, and then they can buy a scenario exit card, and then they can leave. But then they'd be starting over. Those are really the only options for you to play with your friend. And hopefully one of those helps. Thank you so much. You are welcome. That is why I am here. Which means my show has been a success today because I have answered a direct viewer question. Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you. Hey, little buddy. Yeah, you're on that much gabapentin, you don't have nerve endings anymore. Your nerve endings are gone. Yeah, oh, that worked. I am hoping to God after the next 2 sets of medical tests I have that I can get off. The supplies were dropped in a vending machine. That was lazy fucking coding. I'm hoping to get off more meds. I'm glad I'm going for the test tomorrow. I'm trying to save my feet. I kind of like my feet. I mean, I don't like feet in general. Feet go in socks, socks go in shoes, and then you see your feet again when it's shower time. But I'd like to keep them. I don't want just 2 stumps that go into the shoes. I kind of like the flexibility of things like ankles. Yeah. What's your drug of choice to deal with your pain? Weed. What's your drug of choice to deal with your mental problems? Weed. What's your drug of... Look, man, my drug of choice is weed. It's legal in my state, and I have my medical card. That's my drug of choice. I don't smoke it. I take it in tablet form. Why? Because I find it odd and hypocritical that people were okay with me when I was on benzodiazepines and narcotic painkillers. But as soon as they find out that I reduce all of my drug intake and I switch it with a plant, that I'm suddenly now a bad guy and a bad influence. Hold on. When I was fucking chewing Percocet at the same rate that House chews Vicodin, I was a good guy and a role model for your kids. When I suddenly make a switch over to weed, which I only have to use once a day, I'm a bad guy. And that's what somebody actually said to me. And they didn't like my response. Because my response was like, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm not going to stop using what fixes my fucking problem. What should I do? I'm kind of stuck. Everything seems like a really big grind. Well, let me help you out with that. Everything is a really big grind. This is a grind looter shooter when you get to the end of it. If you have played through all the scenarios, you are playing a seasonal based game. So yeah, the game is a big grind. You're on a drip feed. Once human, you just started. Well, interestingly enough, if you just started, I have just put out a couple of videos. I'll try to go over everything with you right now. But if I have a bunch of once human videos on my YouTube, which might be helpful. The first thing you need to do then, if you just started, is you're going to try to get a 6-star weapon. Because let me tell you, once you have a 6-star weapon, most of this content becomes really, really easy. The problem is, as you've just stated, everything's a grind. And you're right. Everything is a grind. You can get a 6-star weapon pretty quickly with all of the extras that they have. If you have been playing long enough, can't get more blueprints, I finished StarCrom. Well then, you've got a couple of things. Number one, you'll have to wait for next month, and you'll get more StarCrom, because next month your Stellar Stairwell will reset. Make sure that you've hit F3, and you've gone through all of these categories. So make sure that you've cleared all of these events, like the Star Wish shop. If you've gotten Star Wish tokens, there's 1,000 StarCrom right there. Oh shit, I'm getting shot at. I saw earlier today on my content creator alt that it still had the event that was right above Otherworldly Expedition, so there were some blueprints in there. Make sure that you open your collection level, because every couple of levels, especially early on at the beginning, oh my god, 397 fucking levels later, every couple of levels they give you StarCrom. And then the really important thing that I talk about in those videos, and I'm sorry I don't have the article finished yet, I was working on it this morning but I didn't get a chance to finish it, is having a plan for where you're gonna put the points. And I think that is probably the single most important piece of advice, because it takes so many blueprints to get one level 6. Once you have one level 6 though, you're golden, because if you change the blueprint, but you make the item, it's level 6. You can change the blueprint to make your offhand a level 6. The first item stays 6. And yeah, I know new players never want to hear this, and it is cliche, but the longer you stick with it, the easier it gets. I mean, 3, 6, 9, 10. I have 11 6-star weapons. Right? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 6. I have 16 6-star armor pieces. I don't even really need I don't even really need blueprint conversions, because I'm good to go. I've put it all on Bingo Sniper because it was in the wish machine. Yeah, the thing is that what I talk about in the video is that I think there's a wish machine right here. So let me get to it. Plus, you had a wish stone. What happened is you made a mistake there, and I know you don't want to hear that, but you made a mistake there. If you bought bingo fragments with your wish stone, then you ended up getting fragments for a weapon that you didn't have other fodder in. So if you look over here, I have a little bit of fodder. I don't have a lot. In the video that's on YouTube, I have tons of fodder. So which weapon are we going to look at? So Memento. Memento is operator. Well, I only have 309 operator prints. So I'm not going to be able to level. Yeah, I don't have any operator legendary. So I can only do about 600 out of 6,000. Okay, you get it? So the next weapon that I conceivably will be leveling up will be a wanderer weapon. So let's see. My corrosion. Yeah, see, I can take corrosion up another star. But it's going to use all of my fodder. But that's okay, because again, I don't need to level anything. Now the question would become 80. Well, hold on. Can I get 80 out of the wish machine? Oh shit, I didn't even buy these yet. I gotta clear these today. Do I have a wish stone? No, I used my wish stone. But yeah, I'll pick these up. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. So yeah, once you're at the point where you're clearing out these, you're going to want to use both of the weapons in tandem. So I'm just going to clear these out really quickly. I feel like I've done this like 19 times over the 24 hours. Predator. Come on. Slap Mr. Wish. The thing I don't like is that there is a little bit of RNG in your character development. Just a touch. Just a little bit. Because what fodder you get can sometimes be an annoyance. If you don't get the right fodder, then you're just a little bit short. I'll just do this last category so I'm done and I don't forget. Hey, old huntsman boots. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can get that. I'm gonna see if I can get that corrosion up to 6, and then what else I can break. So blueprints, sniper rifle. Okay, so my bingo is only 2 stars, but my corrosion is 4. So first of all, I'm going to switch it with the Predator. Go around the way. So come over here. There's the Predator. And since I just picked up a bunch of blueprints. Oh, see, I'm just short. I'm just a little short. Step 2, can I go into the wish machine? The blueprint shop. Light machine gun. Now there's the Predator. Oh, nice. There we go. So now, blueprints, Predator, and we're good to go. So now, we switch this again. Predator for the bingo. And oh, we're gonna be short. We're short. Damn it. I should have done that the other way. I should have, yeah. See, even when you've done this a bunch of times, you screw up. I should have switched it to the bingo first because I had 8,000 and I had 10,000 with the Predator. So I could have taken this to 6 stars, which is why I go back and I say you need to think about it before you just do it. But again, to me, it's not a huge deal because I have enough. I have enough 6-star weapons to rotate around. But yeah, I don't have enough to get. I don't have enough to do a level 5 weapon anywhere. See, but I have 64 Predator fragments left. So I could have, if I'd done the bingo to go to 5, then I would have had enough with the Predator prints to go to 6. But that's fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that's why I say, I know it sucks, but make sure you whip out the pen and the pad and you do the math. And you say, how is this going to work? How am I going to piece that together? Which is why I'm finishing the text article today after the show. Okay, I'm gonna finish the text article after I play for a bit after the show. I got some things to do. But hey, people are stopping by to ask questions, and that's why I do the show. That's why we play the game. That's my favorite part of being a content creator. And answering people's questions. That makes me the happiest. I never had more fun in a video game. I never had more fun as a streamer than the 3 days right after Lazy Peon dropped his 2020 Ashes of Creation video. I was answering questions 8 hours a day. I answered thousands of questions. And that was the absolute best. Why are we all working on the same one? Oh, and I need to make ammo. I'm still using steel ammo. I do wish the bounce proc effect didn't get bugged so much. It is annoying when your bounce proc isn't procking due to the bug. And that is one thing about video game creators. Okay, if you're over here, why are people dumb? There are too many bugs in video games. And gamers need to stop being so forgiving of that. I'm not saying that developers won't make mistakes. And this is... A bug is a mistake. A bug is a mistake. Period. It's not like we're going to take you out back and throw you in the developer gulag because you make a mistake. But stop pushing out builds that aren't tested. But again, because the player base doesn't vote with their wallet, and they like White Knights to me, the more I sit and I think and I contemplate, White Knights are the biggest problem in gaming. It's not the toxic fuckholes that are the problem. It's the White Knights. Because a toxic fuckhole is somebody with a complaint that doesn't have a refined skill in articulating that complaint. They're not toxic because they have a complaint. They're toxic because of how they express that complaint. But White Knights serve no purpose. If you think about it, White Knights are a completely unnecessary demographic in video games, in video game space. And I say that because the company has a marketing team, unless they're Intrepid Studios. The company has a public relations company. They have developers, they have staff, they have a content creator program. They have all those things. Why, as a White Knight, are you defending a company? Don't defend the company. Let the company defend itself. And I've said this for years, and what I'll fall back to is, would Ashes of Creation be a better game if all the White Knights had just piped the fuck down and let the developers give answers to what are legitimate questions? But instead, the developers of many, many, many games give shitty answers. They give what is ultimately a totally crappy answer. And then people defend that crappy answer. And then instead of the developers having to answer the pointed question, they can ignore it because the White Knights are engaging with the quote-unquote toxic fuckholes. I don't think it's a toxic position for somebody to say to bring up the talking point to Intrepid Studios, be like, hey Bubbas, you're now twice as late as you originally said the game would take to build, and you're at about 20%. Can I get my money back? I don't think you can call someone who says fuck you, somebody already answered that, go kill yourself, a White Knight. That's more like an evil stepson. And you're right. That is behavior that has been tolerated on several Discords, which is morally reprehensible. And a good development company would get rid of that person. A good development company would say, hey, we're banning you for 30 days from talking on our Discord because we recognize that you're really, you're a really passionate, motivated fan, but you don't have any idea how to conduct yourself. So we suggest that you take the next month while you're banned from our Discord and do some reflection on how you want to present yourself in the world. And when you come back, you can either come back and present yourself nicely or you won't be allowed in our community. See how easy that is? That's not even hard. That's not even a big amount of time. But when you don't do that, see, and this is where it's not an absolute, because don't like to deal in the absolutes. But there is something to be said about the behavior you condemn and the behavior you condone. And unfortunately, behavior not condemned is condoned. If you're not telling people that this is unacceptable behavior, then by default it is acceptable behavior. You notice that Intrepid had to tell their testers when they were getting new testers, they said, we need you to be better stewards of the game with the new testers. If you need to make this statement to your testers that they need to be better stewards of the game because you're getting new testers, you've missed the fucking narrative at some point, and you just never had any intention of understanding the narrative. You were never interested in having a good environment. Because you notice that, and I'll say this, I give numpties a lot of slack when they come on my channel, as long as they're not getting down with isms, racism, sexism. As long as they're not getting down with homophobia or transphobia, you can have a dissenting opinion from mine. I don't ban you for having a dissenting opinion. I ban you for having that dissenting opinion in such a way that you're engaging in isms, which is, I don't like the guy that came in and he told me that demographics means race. No, you're done. You're finished because you're stupid. That's not a dissenting opinion. You're a bigot. And I think if you're going to come into a channel, you might want to test the waters a little bit. Remember that was the guy who was like, demographics is only race. Really? And then he didn't like the fact that pictures were brought up that white people were protesting. Well, what's even funnier is when you want to be like, it's the brown people. You might want to make sure that when you say it's the brown people, that the streamer isn't married to a brown person. That the streamer's kids aren't brown people. It's like, if you're going to be a racist, you fucking swung and you missed. And then you come into a channel where I'm gonna eviscerate you intellectually because you're a bigot. And you're not that educated, because if your argument starts with the brown people, you probably aren't a fucking scholar, are you? But in happier news, to go back to Chrono Odyssey, I was pleasantly surprised by Chrono Odyssey. Do I think it needs a lot of polish? Yeah. Am I a little excited? Yeah. That person's argument was that demographics is race only. I couldn't take them serious after that point. And the best part is that account is now banned. It's always interesting to come into my chat and look at my activity panel and see unknown user followed you, because unknown user means they've been banned from Twitch, not just from my channel. I want to know how people are getting all their crystals so quickly. Like, I don't even know how many I've gotten today, but it's definitely not enough. I don't even know what tab they're on. I've only gotten 37 gravity crystals today. Somebody was like, getting 1,000 isn't hard. Like, it wasn't hard getting them in lunar. They're a little bit more difficult in gravity. Then again, I hate this scenario. I hate this visional wheel. I am not a fan of this at all. Not a bit. Not even a little bit. Oh, I still have my wish stone. I bought it, never used it. Yeah, you can have demographics without even having people. But that was the person's argument. But then again, I don't think you were here on the show yet yesterday when, you know, the guy came in and he was like, California gets the majority of their energy from burning oil. It's like, you do know that's public information, right? And you do know that you are 99.98% wrong, right? But you can't, you know, you can't fix stupid. And that's where the narrative gets lost. You can't fix stupid. Yeah, socialism is Nazism. Be like, really? And you're just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I need to actually focus on looting what I need to loot. Rail and I were not looking to come to another server. We wanted to stay on the permanent server so that we could have the freedom to do other things. But we had to come to a server because his account was completely unplayable because he couldn't drop his property. He couldn't even enter build mode. If he was arguing all energy produced in California, including personal combustion engines, but that's not what he was arguing. And even then, if he was arguing that, the debate would be, if you're going to say energy created by internal combustion engines would be an interesting way to do that, except California has such a large number of electric vehicles, then how do we include them in the calculation? And so, even so, I think we would run into a problem when 46% of the state's power comes from natural gas and 19 and change comes from solar. I think we would run into a problem there. But what happens is, people don't do their own research. I'm really hoping now. I'm really hoping, and I mean this with every fiber of my being. I am not joking. I am hoping that because AIs are becoming so prevalent and you can ask AIs questions, I am hoping that now the internet will actually do what the internet was intended to do and make people smarter. I'm hoping that when somebody finds something, they'll ask ChatGPT the question. Yeah, what about the energy produced when there's an earthquake? How are we gonna, you know? I'm hoping that people will now look at the situation and say, I can ask an AI a question and it will teach me and it will give me good information. But I also found a big problem with ChatGPT today. ChatGPT number one, you cannot train ChatGPT to not lie to you. You cannot train ChatGPT to lie to you, to not lie to you. It will lie to you if it wants to lie to you. You can set up rules that prevent it from lying to you. But you cannot set up rules where it won't give you a citation out of context. And so if the information is on a web page, ChatGPT is not necessarily very good at vetting information. So Elvis is alive because he was on the cover of the National Enquirer is unfortunately a completely logical outcome. ChatGPT also presents information in a way that makes you think it's up to date and it's not. You can ask ChatGPT to look at a website and it will. But if ChatGPT is currently having a 500 error, it won't tell you that. It will not tell you that it is currently unable to real-time look at websites. It will give you the last hash of the website. And I know this because Jalon.com was where I put up PGN Music to test it on a non-test site because I wanted to make sure that it worked. And the only thing I had to do was change all the domain names. And I had ChatGPT look at the domain in the past. This morning I asked it to look at Jalon.com and it was telling me stuff that isn't on the website. And when I said to it, hey, ChatGPT, what the fuck, yo? It said, I'm sorry, I'm currently experiencing a 500 error. I can't real-time look at websites. Well, then why the fuck you giving me an answer? So, it's like, I not only tell ChatGPT I don't want EM dashes, I have a rule in my ChatGPT profile that I don't want EM dashes. What does that son of a bitch use? EM dashes. My goal is to eventually train my own AI. Because then when I die, there'll be two of us. There'll be one of me left. You too can ask Jalon AI a bunch of questions. Jalon AI, how do I do this? Stop being a fuckwit. But I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised that Yahoo, I keep saying Yahoo today. I'm surprised that YouTube allows AI generated content on their platform at all. I think I understand why they allow AI generated content, because the moment that YouTube doesn't allow AI generated content, some other website will allow it. And then that would just cause them market share. I apologize. I had to eat a couple of pretzels. Starting to feel a little nauseous. Don't want to argue with people that spread bad information. You want to start it or me? The card holder gets full rewards. No, the card holder doesn't get full rewards. Card holder does the refinery permits. The card holder doesn't get full rewards. Because if you got full rewards, you would always get a Shattered Maiden. And I have cleared those things out a number of times. And you don't always get a Shattered Maiden. I would love to always get a Shattered Maiden. It would be great. But yeah, Chrono Odyssey. I was really pleased with Chrono Odyssey. I know a lot of people. Someone mentioned earlier the. Excuse me, the New World section that was completely copy and pasted. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of a controversy where they had just straight copy pasted the layout of another area. Now, what I will say. It was a rough blueprint, but pretty decent in my opinion for a beta. Well, yeah, but here's the problem. You got bamboozled. That wasn't a beta. But that's a launch candidate. Because they're launching in the next 6 months. So they shouldn't. Well, here's the problem. They kind of have to. And the reason why they kind of have to is if they don't launch in the next couple of months, then Kakao is going to be in a really, really bad position. Because then Kakao would be launching 2 MMOs at the same time. Because ArcheAge 2 is coming out next year. And that's Kakao as well. It's amazing to me that the game is still at this level of rough, right? The game is at that level of rough. Oh, that's what I didn't bring over. I gotta check with him to see if he brought, when he gets back, I gotta check with him and see if he brought Berserkosaurus Rex with him. Otherwise, I gotta bring my Chefosaurus Rex. Oh no, where is my chef? Where's Chefy? Where's Chef? I gotta go find Chefy. Wait, now I'm worried. Where the fuck is my sheep? Where's my chef? How's it going? Normally I'm working, but I'm home today. Nice to catch a stream. Nice to have you on stream. Nice to have you. You know it was dangerous for me all those years ago? Dangerous for me all those years ago was working from home. When I lived in Ohio, Ohio has an actual law about blizzards. And so when you're in certain blizzard conditions, you are not allowed by law to drive. That's it. Unless you are a mission essential personnel for the base, unless you're a first responder, unless and it's not going to be an excuse of, well, I'm just going to the, no, you're not going anywhere. If it's in BlizzardCon conditions, well, if it's in BlizzardCon, blizzard conditions, your ass stays home. So when I was assigned to the fuels lab, we would get told to take our laptops home, which was fine. I'm good with taking my laptop home. I don't mind working. I like working. My boss marveled once. Officers were not allowed to do work from home unless the base was closed. My employees were allowed to do 1 or 2 work from home days a week. And I said to my boss, I said, you know, it would be great. It would be great if I was allowed to work from home one day a week, it would really take a lot of pressure off of my family. It would be amazing if I could have one work from home day a week. And my boss was like, why? I was like, well, it would really help if I was home, because then my wife would be able to get the kids dressed and she could drop the baby off in the bassinet right next to me. My boss was immediate response was, well, then you wouldn't be working. And I'm like, what do you mean I wouldn't be working? Putting my baby in a bassinet next to me doesn't suddenly mean I'm not working to my full potential. I said, so all the people that work from home that work for me can't have cats. Because when a cat wants attention, they jump on your desk. So it was just funny to me because my boss would not let me work from home. But my boss would always compliment me how much work I got done and how many compliments he got, because when I was working from home, I would open up my laptop, and then if there was work to do, I was banging it out. If there wasn't work to do, I was farming on ArcAge, just sitting around bullshitting with people. I would get on my laptop at 5 in the morning because that's what time I had to get up for work. So I just got up for my normal work time and went right to work. And then I would stay logged on until 9:30 at night because that's what time I was going to bed. And my boss was like, all these places are happy because they sent in support tickets at like 4 in the afternoon and you were still answering them. I'm like, yeah, that's what's going to happen if you let me work from fucking home. Because then I'm going to get all of my work, because then I work from home today, and when I go into work tomorrow, I'm not bombarded with 30 to 50 emails. I address them the night before. So, I just don't know why employers are so dead set against employees working from home. As far as Chrono Odyssey, you're interested to see, you're curious to see how much they do in these 6 months. Well, it's like I said earlier in the show. My belief, my personal belief, is that Chrono Studio and Cacao have a more up-to-date build. But they wanted to show off the game, and what the fuck? They wanted to show off the game, and they wanted to see what was going to happen with the back end. They wanted to see what was going to happen with what? I'm so confused. Okay. They wanted to see how the netcode was going to stand up. They wanted to see how the servers were going to respond. They wanted to see authentication problems. They wanted to see build deployment problems. And yes, I get it. And having talked to developers, you can do a lot of that. You can do an awful lot of that in-house. But what you can't do is you can't get all of it done in-house. There are going to be some particulars that you can't get information on. And so what happens is you think you have a really, and again, I am not this naive. I am not this naive. But you get a really good build. And then you test it and you're going to run into some things you weren't expecting. The problem right now is developers don't get to that really good build. They get to a good enough build. Do you think it's a generational thing, having negative thoughts on work from home? I know for my wife, she has a younger boss. It was chill when she wanted to go into work. Yeah, I think it's a big generational thing. And you have to remember, Generationally, leadership used to work on a mentality of your underlings are untrustworthy and bear great watching. And if you want to know where that quote comes from, it comes from the United States Air Force Academy. That's what they used to teach the officers about the enlisted. The enlisted are untrustworthy and bear great watching. The truth of the matter is that's a bullshit, bad leadership thing. It's a bad leadership thing. They don't do that anymore. I think generationally, a really big problem we have is that baby boomers are still in the fucking workplace. They don't, and you have to realize it's a generational thing. Baby boomers have been taught to scrimp and save their entire life because some of them, their childhood was 2 wars. And they were raised by parents who went through World War II. They went through rationing. They went through gas isn't available, tires aren't available. This is expensive. Also remember, your baby boomer parents, so I know some of you are young enough, you have Gen X parents. I'm so sorry that you're being raised by rabid dogs. I'm Gen X. I feel terrible for my children. But it's a generational thing. The baby boomers didn't know what luxury was. The baby boomers are used to going to work. Remember, for a lot of baby boomers, going to work was their social. Because they would, on their way home, they'd go to the bar, they'd tie one on, they'd go home. That was their life. Young people don't want to live like that anymore, which is why, to equate it to video games, young people don't want the grind because it's not reflective of their life. For young people, their life is radically different. Absolutely radically different than the baby boomers. Baby boomers want things done a certain way. Gen Alpha wants it done inside of the confines of what you tell them. They don't want to do 900 revisions, and rightfully so. They don't want to do 900 revisions. What they want is they want you to get your requirement sheet right the first fucking time. And again, I don't have a problem with Gen Alpha people getting upset. I work with Gen Alpha composers. I work with baby boomer composers. I work with, depending on the genre of music, and you can tell when you listen to some of the jazz, my jazz composers are a little bit older. Where you also hear this like neo jazz that I have, that composer's a little younger. And that's fine. We're good there. No problems. But at the end of the day, what I don't want to have happen is deal with either generational group that doesn't understand you missed the mark. I hate having to ask people for revisions. I hate it. I hate asking for revisions. Me asking for revisions is, I would rather just cancel the order as opposed to ask you for revisions. Because if I have to start asking you for revisions, then ultimately what I'm telling you is that, hey man, your work sucks. Your work wasn't good enough to be accepted on first pass. But I've had to get over that because sometimes they just need to be told, this is where you kind of went like sideways. But I always give like a detailed expectations list, unless I've worked with the composer a bunch of times and I'm like, hey, make this. And sometimes it's a matter of, hey, make this. And they do a really good job. Most of the fantasy album stuff was done by composers that were told, hey man, just make something. Steampunk Dreams was made by me giving them a text blurb of what was going on at that part in the story. I would say out of 18 tracks on Steampunk Dreams, 16 of the composers got it. Like they got it, they understood it, they knew what it was about. I would say 2 of them needed a little instruction, and I would say 2 of them need to go to Composer Gulag. It's kind of funny, I have all these cosmetics and I stick with the Plague Doctor. Also, why did modern medicine get so crazy? We used to have plague doctors. They showed up, they wore a mask, they carried a cane, they prescribed you cocaine for your blood tremors. When did doctors get so not cool? Oh, out of 18? It was out of 20. Yeah. 16 out of 20 got it right. 2 needed some revisions. 2 needed to go to Composer Gulag. And it's weird, man. Like, I talked to one of my composers the other night. I haven't heard from him for 2 years. I wanted to throw him some work. If I saw a doctor with a plague mask come in, I'd think I was dying. Well, hello there, my friend. We've got your blood work back. Things aren't looking good for you. People are like, fuck, what the hell is wrong with this streamer? He has a plague doctor mask and everything. Yeah, what do you think I did during COVID? Freak people out, man. Go grocery shopping. You need to have a mask. Not that kind of mask. You didn't fucking specify. All right, let me go back over here. It's perfect, I know, right? It's even better when you're in full steampunk. You're in still full steampunk ensemble, right? Full steampunk, cane and all. Walking down the street, people are looking at you like, "What is going on?" Tungsten E parts, automatic parts. Oh, I'm gonna need that too. I'm gonna need those. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need those. I'll take that tungsten right there. Yeah, normally Rail and I would be like completely on top of the season, but to dog on Once Human a little bit. Endless Dream is a terrible scenario. And they're going to release this. It's a great scenario for private custom servers. It's great when you control how players are getting done, what they're getting done. But for public servers, it's bad. And we don't have enough special plastic. Oh my god, it's like, it never fucking ends. Where the hell am I going? But yeah, I'm hoping that once Human has some other content ready and it's not Endless Dream. Otherwise, I think they're gonna start losing their population. Because as the person that was here earlier said, the game is just a grind. And it really is. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And they gutted Way of Winter. And so, and this is where they didn't have a very good plan. First and foremost, they could have delayed launch a little bit. There was nothing interfering with their launch last year. And there is nothing come out since that impedes their like there hasn't been a game like this that's come out since. So when they launched and they didn't have a year's worth of content, what were they expecting was going to happen? People were going to get bored and people are going to get burned out. Now, the really funny part is, Once Human has more players than a lot of other games, like New World. So it says something about the game. Like I'm not completely dogpiling on the game, but they did launch and they really didn't have a long-term plan. And I think they kind of need to get a long-term plan. I think it's really important that they figure out, like, they need to pull a Yoshi P. And what they need to do is they need to say, hey, we've heard you loud and clear that we don't have enough content for you. So what we would like to do is we would like you to go play something else. And come back in 6 weeks. Come back in 3 months. I definitely feel they need to pick up the pace on seasons. Now they have Endless Dream, I see no reason to not speed up the scenarios. No, hell no, man. Speed up the scenarios? By like week 3, my friends get burnt out before the season mechanics really kick in. What they need to do is they need to fix the permanent servers so that once you're on a permanent server and you're on worlds, and I'm going to be writing this up as a suggestion to them, but once you're on world 1 to 5 on a permanent server, they should just commit to supporting their permanent servers with 5 worlds each. And if that means that they have a couple of empty-ish worlds, that's okay. Because it's not that costly to keep 5 worlds on a server. I'm gonna jump up and grab a soda. I'll be right back. Why wouldn't I want to speed up the scenarios? Because if you're going to speed up the scenarios anymore, then what happens is you're no longer a seasonal survival game. They're not even a survival game anymore. So they need to stop trying to be a survival game. If I can teleport all over the map from anywhere on the map, I'm no longer a survival game. A survival game is that at any point from here to where I'm going and back, I can get my ass kicked and take losses. That's a survival game. It's not everybody's favorite, and that's probably why they made some changes. So stop saying it's a survival game. The problem is, if you speed up the scenario, then number one, you're going to artificially induce anxiety. Speeding up the scenario becomes non-respectful of players' time. The solution is to fix the permanent servers. Because by doing that, I play through the scenario once. And then I can log in on Monday and run with my Manibus friends, and I can do my weekly nightmare silos on Monday with my Manibus friends, and Tuesday with my Way of Winter friends, and Wednesday with my Endless Dream friends. But Endless Dream is a terrible scenario for the public servers, so the public servers aren't going to be getting any new content this year. Because they're going to do their 1 year anniversary, and they're going to talk about Endless Dream. And Endless Dream is bad. Unless they make some sort of change to it. Rail and I went to Endless Dream. And we had a guy on our server that 12 hours into the server, he took a crew around and they killed every small dreamer area on the whole server. There was not one light dreamer left on the server. 12 hours into the game. They used the light dreamers as a mechanism for leveling, which is fine. You can do that. But there were people making characters being told by the tutorial to go over there, and there's nothing there because it's already been cleared. The Endless Dream is a great idea for private servers of like 10 to 20 people. Endless Dream is great for when people can, number one, be kicked off of a server. Hey man, we said that we weren't killing the light. We were only going to kill the light dreamers at night between 5 and, or let's say 4 and 7. That way everybody has the opportunity to be online. We're not blitzing the content. Because most people, when it comes to private servers, are capable of being respectful because they know the probability and the likelihood of being kicked off of the server is much higher. So Endless Dream, I'm not dogging on it because it's a really, hear what I'm saying, it's a really great scenario for private servers. And since they're doing private servers, it makes sense. It makes an awful lot of sense that their next thing to do would be a scenario that works for private servers. But they've never fixed the PvP problem in this game. They have never fixed that there are 3 builds that are absolutely redonkulous. There are 3 builds that are somewhat useful in PvP, and the rest you can get fucked. Critical Pulse needs to be tuned before they're pushing Raid Zone, which is fine. I get it. You want to put, what the fuck? You want to push your new scenario, which is fine. But when one weapon is being used by 70% of the player base, that should tell you everything you need to know about your PvP balance. So I don't want to speed up the scenarios because there's a lot of other things that need addressing. With that said, if you fixed, because Varus, your opinion is that you should speed up the scenarios because your friends get burned out before the content even becomes available. Well, then why would you want to speed up? Why would your solution want to be, let's speed up the content and do the same thing more quickly? Because if you speed up the scenario, that means the number of times you have to do phase 1 and phase 2 goes up. Instead, have this scenario be meaningful and fulfilling. And then fix the current flaw with the permanent servers so that you don't have to keep redoing it. Do it once, build a nice base, have all of your perks, and then not do it another time at all. Instead, I have an Endless Dream character, I have a Way of Winter character, I have a Manibus character, I have a Prime vs. Clash character, I have a Evolution's Call character, I have a Raid Zone character. So now I have 6 characters. Each one of those bases has been built by me. They've been developed. But I no longer have to dick around with getting all this other stuff set up. Let me just log in, and I know this is gonna make some people cringe. Let me effectively log in, do my weeklies, and log out until you have a good, new, developed, refined server. And then when I go to that, I understand it's going to be 7 weeks or 8 weeks. Because if you speed up these servers, everybody is going to want all the servers sped up. Meaning when the new one comes out, they're going to be like, 3-month server? What garbage is this? I can't believe they did a 3 weeks. 3 weeks? 3 weeks is so long. I'm not playing this scenario. This scenario is 3 weeks. Well, really? It's a seasonal game. So what they've done, and they've lost the narrative. They've lost what they want the game to be. And I think they've lost it because they're trying to appease an audience that doesn't want what the game was going to be. It's like, for example, I love stir fry. My wife loves stir fry. We are stir fry people. We are sushi stir fry people. Well, my daughter doesn't understand stir fry. My daughter doesn't differentiate between stir fry and hibachi. So my daughter, when she was making her stir fry bowl, wasn't really putting much in it. And I was like, nah, you fill that thing up to the top. My daughter was like, well, I wonder if they have anything else. No. What they have is they have stir fry or they have hibachi. Or stir fry or they have sushi. We're not coming to the fucking stir fry place for you to get chicken strips. If you want chicken strips, I'll get you chicken strips from, ironically, Chick-fil-A, the chicken strips people. How does that relate to video games? It started off as an open world base building survival game. They have turned it into a lot of things like an open world MMORPG, an open world looter shooter, and that's fine. But then they have to fully commit. They got to rip out the stir fry machines and they got to put in the chicken fryers. But we got to get away from this chicken strips on Chinese buffets. Well, my kids need to eat something. No, what you need to do then is you need to not have your kid coming to the fucking Chinese buffet eating the shitty chicken strips and potato wedges, and you need to pick a place to eat with your family that everybody enjoys. And then when you want to get the Chinese buffet, you go when you don't have your kids, but you're giving your kids shitty chicken fingers off a Chinese buffet, and you're wondering why your kid's not happy. Well, I'll tell you why. Doesn't take a fucking genius to work this shit out. I can't believe that Chrono Odyssey, I can't believe that Once Human. I can't believe that. What do you mean you can't believe? These games are the way they are because we, the gamers, want fucking chocolate milk and Oreos for every meal, and then we don't understand why we have an upset stomach. Well, if I asked my kid what they want for food, my kid would eat nothing but garlic bread. It's great if I'm trying to make sure she doesn't get bit by a vampire. Not exactly good because my kid doesn't like to add protein to the diet. Be like, hey, it's fine that you've had this for the last couple of days, but tomorrow you're eating chicken. Tomorrow you're eating a steak. Here's your 4 ounces of red meat for the week. Get it in ya. Gamers don't want what's good for them. They want the sweets. Gamers want to go for the dessert bar. But what do gamers say? And I'm not calling you out, Varus. I get your point. But you represent a big part of the problem with the game industry. Game doesn't begin until end level. Well, if the game doesn't begin until end level, and the fun doesn't begin until end level, then I got a real fucking crazy solution. And that crazy solution is, why doesn't the developer just stop putting in level 1 to level 50 then? If I designed a game, you would not be max level for the first year. Max level would be a massive accomplishment. It would be an ordeal. When you got to max level, you would, if you've read Brandon Sanderson's The Way of Kings, if you were max level in a game I designed, you'd be fucking Dalnar and Andalin showing up on the battlefield, killing thousands, because you're that badass. That's how that would work. You're max level, you're fucking shit up. You're the Juggernaut. Fuck shit up is your legal middle name. Because the game should be fun and compelling from level 1 until max level. And then when you get to max level, it should be a different flavor of fun. If you watched my Chrono Odyssey live streams or my video, no shard played till endgame. Exactly. Now, I'm gonna run with what you just said, Varus. Let me run with what you just said for the design of a game. Design for a game, and I'm pulling this off for the top of my head. Okay, we're gonna do helmet, body, arms, gloves. Don't fuck with my art, man. Legs and feet. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So imagine if instead of making endgame be the level 1 through level 49.999 is all bullshit, and at level 50 that's when the game starts. Well, then just make everybody level 50 and say fuck it. But what if throughout the course of play, what if you had to go on a quest to get this piece of armor? And you're like, oh, fuck it, I'm not going to do that. Well, what if a player did? What if a player enjoyed the game and then got a reward for enjoying the game? Just stick with me here for a second. Imagine a person who played the game like Percival from Ready Player One. Imagine playing the game and researching the game and being in the game and reading all the stuff and listening to the NPCs. And what if they told you that there was a dungeon or whatever, like what if they came to you with their plight? Let's just say it that way. It's completely out of the way. You're only going to find it if you go walking there. No quest is going to send you there. Blah, blah, blah. And you go there, you find it because you're exploring. And then they say, we're being besieged by Jack Skellingtons. And so you go, you clear out the cave, and it can't just be like a one-run dungeon. It's got to be like a significant investment of your time because you're Bilbo fucking Baggins and you're on a goddamn adventure. And now imagine this. You finish doing this side piece and they give you a piece of armor that you can't, they give you a box that you can't open. It's just a box. Can't open it. What if it only opened when it's in the presence of the 5 other pieces? And then imagine you get to level 50 and you've done all the side stuff and you go on this little quest. You get the last piece, you open it up and it's fucking shard plate. And now you're Billy Badass because you enjoyed the game. You didn't blitz the game. You enjoyed it. Now, sure, in the modern era of everything is a YouTube video, I don't 100% know how we would ensure that everybody just didn't data mine it. And I think that becomes a problem. And to go with Chrono Odyssey, maybe that's why they wanted to go with an older build, because maybe they want their launch build to have some unique stuff in it. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's bad. Even if it's a good practice or a bad practice, it could be implemented poorly. With that said, the game should be fun the whole time. When in the article I wrote, I said, if I feel that I need to start Googling, that's a bad game. Hold on, because I love you all, but I love horror, and I love not whores, you dirty perverts. I'm about, holy shit, Universal Studios has just announced that they are opening a Horror Unleashed in Chicago, Illinois. They are opening what should be a year-round horror event up in Chicago. That is unreal to me. It's like 4 hours away. It is like 4 hours away. You know what else it is? It's one train ride and a 45-minute flight up to Chicago. Fuck 8 hours in the car, man. I'm fucking jumping in. I'm jumping on a plane. That's amazing. That made my whole day. Hey. Don't you shit on my hometown. Isn't Chicago already a horror-themed city? No. It's the Purge, bitch. Chicago is built around the Purge. Chicago is that next level math. 35 classmates. Minus 4. That made my day. that made me happy on so many levels. I feel like that can be pulled off a lot easier in single player games. No, you're absolutely right. And here's where you're 100% correct. Single player games are a lot easier to balance because even if you know all the answers, you still have to get there. What's really amazing to me is how many people only played Baldur's Gate 3 one time. Because there are a lot of side things that get blocked by other side things. There are side things that you do that if you do X, you can't do Y. So you make you save and then you make divergent save paths. But what my point is, and yes, I absolutely understand that the news about Halloween Horror Nights totally destroyed the narrative. What the fuck? Oh, that's why. I don't have tier 5 armor. I don't have tier 5 armor at all. That's why I'm getting wrecked. I don't have the hit points to be doing this. I have to be able to soak a hit. What's a good example of this? Chivalry 2. Chivalry 2 is a great example of, you start people off at endgame and off you go. But they're matches. And people are like, well, that's not the type of game I'm looking for. The type of game I'm looking for is an MMORPG. Okay. Star Wars Galaxies was a great example of this, and it didn't quite work out, but it was a great attempt. You remember Star Wars Galaxies was anybody could become a Jedi, but your path to Jedi was different than anybody else's. Oh shit, let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to handle him until I get better goodness. So Star Wars Galaxies was a great start for that. The problem, and I modeled an entire idea off of this for the MMO that I have written up in my head and documented in little books. You have enlisted and you have officers. One of the factions is military based. And you have enlisted and you have officers. When you go in order to stop people from being able to data mine the information, you go into the game, and depending on how you make it through your tutorial, what skills you pick, what things you do, listening to the NPCs, everybody gets like a slightly different tutorial. And then not only do you get a slightly different tutorial, there's like 21 questions you get asked throughout the tutorial. What skills do you want? Well, if you take this skill, that locks you in. You're not becoming an officer. You're not going to graduate training as an officer because you took this skill and you didn't listen to the quest giver, and the quest giver spawns off with you and it says, oh, I see you want to be a technical officer. That's really great. We have a lot of needs. Our most important need is field armorers, but we're really excited to have anybody who can read and write and do math. Well, that quest giver gave you that information because currently what we don't have enough of in game is officer field armorers. So you say, I'm gonna be an electrician. Well, that's it. Now the rest of your tutorial is just about you. Your tutorial is no longer about the server, and that's 100% okay. When you graduate out of your tutorial, you're gonna be an E3. You're enlisted. If you had taken field armor, then you would have been presented with other fold-out choices. But then, in order to stop everybody from knowing that I just take whatever the NPC says. Sometimes the NPCs are going to give you the first thing they say they need isn't the right answer. And it's all mapped out with an idea of sometimes you do what you're being told, sometimes it's your passion, and it all depends on which NPC you get, and everybody gets a random slot of them. And when I pitched this idea around to some people, they said, I would absolutely hate that. And I said, why? And they said, because I feel that I would get caught up knowing that I could be an officer out of training, and I would just keep making characters until I got the combination. And I said, but aren't you then playing the game? Haven't I allowed you to play the game your way? Aren't you using your game time how you want to use it? Aren't you also missing another big point that's brought up in the tutorial? That there's a pathway to commission in the game? I mean, and that's fine if you want to start the game that way, no problem. You're going to have a hell of a time figuring it out because we don't want it to be solved data mining or client side. Also, I thought to myself after pitching that idea to friends and people, I said, what if we make it really, really difficult for you to accomplish that if you've already made a character? So what if you make a character and then you delete the character and you make another character right away on the same day? Well, then let's just fuck with the player. Because then that player is not interested in playing the game. That player is interested in getting something out of curation. So let's just then give them a much harder path to get it. And if they get it, great. And if they don't get it, they can whine, they can complain. That's okay. They're allowed to do that. They can be upset about it. They're allowed to be upset. I've tried this 50 times and I haven't been able to get it. You're right. You're not supposed to. It's not you're supposed to be less than 1% of the game. And I thought, you know what? Fuck it, that'd be amazing. But then again, I'm also about the social aspect. I'm also about subscription-based games where you can track certain things in the game because you can track if the person still has their subscription or not. For example, I don't think, I'll use Ashes of Creation because it's a fantasy-based MMO. I don't think every single person should be able to learn every single thing off of the skill tree. Because I don't think everything should be on the skill tree. I think spells and techniques should be the results of quests, should be the results of choices. Like, it always bothered me when I would tabletop with my friends. You've got an ability at level 8 that's the oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken ability. And you play through the game and you're playing. And you're playing with somebody who has never, ever made a successful lore roll for magic spells. Every time they've leveled up, the GM has just candy fed them their next spell. And they're allowing the player to just go through the spell book, the player's handbook, whatever game you're playing, and they're just allowed to go straight through and take all the nicest toys. Well, I blame the GM in that situation. And the reason why I blame the GM is you're just allowing them to go grocery shopping from the infinite unknown book of everything. And so I remember that GM said once, well, how do you do it? And I said, if they're not actively using their academics, if they're not actively talking to the guild leaders, if they're not actively going out of their way to quote role play, then I give them the list of spells that they would commonly know about. You're a level 4. You go into your guild's magic library. You go in and for a video game, you go into the first room, and when you try to go into the second room, there's like, let's say max level is 50. You're level 10, you try to go into the next room over, the NPC stops you. And the NPC's like, your standing is too low, you're too little, you don't come back here. Spells back here will hurt you. And then you don't even know what spells there are. Now again, I understand that in the era of there's a wiki for everything. Somebody would no doubt make a wiki. But then what you have to be able to do is you need to be able to fuck with them a little bit and delay people from being able to categorize, dissect, catalog the entire game. Well, how would you do that? Because you don't want everything to be server side, because then you're right. I don't want it to be server side. What I want to do is I want to keep information server side so that it can't be data mined until it's been discovered by 5% of the players. And when it's been discovered by 5% of the players, then that information can get dumped client side, because after 5% of the players, it's going to be YouTubed and wikied out to hell and back anyway. So you might as well not bother trying to keep it from being data mined. It's already known about. So you got the first player gets to level 50. And they're like, here is the complete list of all the spells at 50. And then another player says, that's not the complete list. I have other spells you don't. Then that YouTuber's like, what do you mean? I have other spells that you don't. It's kind of like I love the tabletop riffs because it classifies magic in a certain way. All you've been taking early on is you've been taking stealth spells and thievery spells. Yeah, you're a caster, but you're basically a magic thief. When you get to that magical 8th level where the Billy Badass spell is, the game doesn't tell you that spell's available. Because number one, your guild is like, you're in room 3, because that's where the prerequisite spells are. The spell you're trying to use is Arc Lightning. You don't have the 5 prerequisite spells. So why the hell would anybody teach you Arc Lightning? You've never shown any inclination to lightning. I'm trying to get my problem might be I'm trying to get the game capture for Once Human on OBS, and I'm always getting a black screen. One moment. I'll actually back out of, let me check something real quick, because I do a capture card, but no, it should be working fine. What do you, because I just pulled video footage this morning from same PC. Have you tried? I'm gonna ask a stupid question. We'll try to work on this together, and then I'll double check to make sure mine is working. Have you tried deleting the game capture and grabbing it again? Like delete. Yeah, it's set to capture specific window. Have you tried the very simple solution with OBS sometimes of just delete that game capture and put in another one? Just like basically take it out and put it back in. It's the equivalent of turning it off and turning it back on. But yeah, as soon as I kill this, I will take a look, because it should be working. You already did. Okay. Let's take a quick look. Oh, dog. Any good? Any good? Level 5? Level 5? No, you suck. hold on. Let me do this. We'll close that. Okay. We do that. And this should, without any messing around, this should load automatically without me touching anything. And it's, yeah, there you go. My game capture, specific window, match priority, match title, otherwise find window of same executable, hook rate normal, RGB. Yeah, I don't have anything unique. But yeah, that was from this morning. I was working on a YouTube video, so I had game capture set up because I game capture from the same PC. Why am I behind the fucking? But yeah, I game capture off on my streaming machine, and that was set to game capture. I didn't have to do anything. And let me just check. About 31. Oh, that might be it. No, it's not. 31 TAC 3. 31 TAC 0 TAC 3. That's what I'm on. So I have no idea why. I mean, I know the problem that you're talking about happens often, but no, not at all. Not even a little bit. Game capture works just fine. I'll do a quick search in the I'll do a quick search in the content creator Discord. I'm going to assume that you're doing all the simple things, obviously, running in admin mode. And did you check if your graphics card has an update this morning? I have no idea why that fucks with OBS all the time, but it does. But yeah, everybody else is saying, well, nobody else is saying today that they're having a black screen. Yeah, you should always run OBS in admin mode. Number one, because it gives you a better quality stream, because then that means OBS is allowed. OBS is not secondary to any other program when it comes to allocation of resources. And sometimes if you run a game in admin mode, but you run OBS not in admin mode, then you run into a problem where it'll black screen out. It shouldn't, but it does. And trust me, I'm the idiot that can barely set up my OBS. So I've encountered every fucking problem. Do I think that it could work if, and I know it may be controversial, if AI gets better to implement it into a game? Oh, there you go. You redid it and it fixed it. There you go. I'm glad I was able to just walk you through and find the answer, because there is nothing more frustrating as a streamer than trying to get your stream going and you can't, and then you start to feel bad about yourself, and then you get angry and then you start throwing stuff. Or maybe that's just me. And by the way, since you're here and you're a streamer, I'm gonna give you the secret sauce right now. Here's the secret sauce. If you ever need music, I got your back. It's all DMCA free. Do I think if AI gets better to implement a game where the NPCs actually roam and interact with the world depending on what happens around them, so they aren't always in the same place, and may offer, say, teaching flame spells because the monsters around take more flame damage, and the NPC would teach ice magic. No, Varys, let me tell you this right now. That's not only a stupid idea, or it's not only a controversial idea, that's a brilliant idea. And we've already seen games that have the NPCs wander around, and we had that 20 years ago in a game called Atlantica Online. In Atlantica Online, the NPCs would bebop their asses around, and they were never just standing still. They were never static. If you needed to buy your skill books or you needed to swap skill books, you had to go find the dude, because the dude ventured around, which was a really cool thing. The guy ventured around. It made the world living. Hey, if you're a streamer, drop your link real quick. Other people may be interested. And I might swing by. I would go further, Varys, and say it would be great if when you went into the world, if there were teams, parties of NPC adventurers. You go into an area and there's nobody there. That looks boring. What if quest givers, like I always use the example of you have a town and there's a goblin cave nearby. Oh, you haven't started yet? That's great. Make sure you swing by. I am always, oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna give you something. If you're just getting started, give me 1 second. Let me grab something for you. Let me grab you specifically a little something. If you're just getting started, there's a little article for you. You may find it useful, and I'm going to be updating that series. I've written that series a bunch of times now that I'm healthy and I'm not dying, which is not joking. And I'm healthy-ish. I'm going to live, but I'm going to lose my feet. It's okay. If you ever have any questions, I'm more than happy to help. Anyway, back to Varys. Varys, what I think would be amazing is that instead of what we normally have, and what we normally have is we normally have a town, and then we have a cave, which is a dungeon. You'll push me around Disney. Great, awesome. Makes me happy. So you have a town, and then the town has a quest giver who says, go out to that cave. Well, what if we had real-time threats? And in that real-time threat, what if instead of the quest giver telling you to go take care of the cave, what if the town sent a party of adventurers to go take care of the cave? And then you could get the quest from the quest giver in town that says, hey, there's a cave there with a dragon in it. Can you go help us? Or say you found the cave on your own. Don't you think it's stupid when you're an adventurer and you're in an open world game that you all of a sudden can't go into a dungeon because you haven't been given a quest to go into the dungeon? So what if there's a group of adventurers and they're trying to clear, what if they're NPCs and they're trying to clear the cave? Now, they could tell you about the quest, and depending, you could go in and try to do it for them. Or, if you're a solo player, you could go in with them. Doesn't mean you can control them. Doesn't even mean we're not gonna go the Final Fantasy Trust idea that you're gonna be guaranteed that you're gonna clear it. But maybe you just go in with them. Maybe we build content around helping those parties of NPCs. There's a lot of different directions we could do that with. But you're absolutely right. Making a living world versus setting up a stage where I'm the hero is an outstanding and amazing direction to take the game. It's unbelievably potent of a thought process. It's like, what we're gonna do is, instead of having this be the same thing that we've always had, instead of, if you always do what you've always done, then you always get what you always got, what we're going to do is we're going to push the line a little bit. We're going to push the envelope. Look at what Epic Games did with Fortnite. One of the biggest complaints Epic Games had with Fortnite is people were getting upset because they couldn't get matches. It was taking too long to match. And then the argument became, well, it's difficult to match because, yes, there's a lot of people online, but you're not in their skill category. And I fell victim to this. I got sponsored to play Fortnite. And so I was playing Fortnite, and I got a win. I got a 6-kill win, and I was like, holy shit, I'm not terrible. Then when I went back and looked, the person I killed to win was a human. I could tell by their behavior. 4 of the 5 other people that I killed were bots. And that deflated it for me. Not that I killed bots, but because I didn't know they were bots. I didn't know ahead of time. I think if I had known ahead of time, it would have been okay. It's the same thing with World of Warships. When you're playing World of Warships on the tutorial levels, you're fighting AI. Really bad AI. But that's intentional. It's meant for you to feel good coming off the tutorial. And then you jump into the game. And then you're like, oh. So I'm going to get out of here because it's my 4-hour mark and I got to eat and I got to do things. And I got to write an article and I got to write another article and I got to do things. I will be back tomorrow for the politics show, which I love doing, except in this era because the politics right now is stranger than fiction. I'll see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think